I'll try my best to recall this story that just popped into my memory randomly. This would have been in the late 90s in Connecticut. Maybe about 1998. I was a teenager, and some of my friends had started getting driver's licenses. So we did what any teen in the 90s did: drive around with our friends looking for something to do in a small town. There were about 5 of us in a friend's car. I wasn't driving. I was on the passenger side in the back seat. We were riding around, listening to music, talking. No substances were used. We were on a wooded, windy road at night. Suddenly, the driver slammed on her brakes, and we watched as this creature crossed in front of us. Illuminated by the headlights, the creature was about toddler height, very, very pale, no clothing, bald, and very slender. It paused briefly to look at us. I remember we all got dead silent. It passed the road quickly and went into the woods. It walked on 2 legs. It was most certainly not an animal that I'd ever seen, especially since it was bipedal, and it definitely wasn't a kid. The only thing I can't recall is its face. I did see the creature, but from my side in the car, my view was slightly obstructed. We were all silent for a few moments, processing what we'd seen. I remember another passenger whispered, "Dude, what the heck?" We continued on in silence with the occasional, "Did you see that thing?" We kept the radio off at that point, and the driver started bringing us all to our homes. We were so creeped out, we didn't feel like having fun anymore. One of our friends, nicknamed El Chalupa, so occasionally we'd bring it up. I've lost touch with all of them at this point. I'm in my 40s now, but we never did find out what we saw. This was before most of us even had home computers, let alone a cell phone or Google. Any idea? When I was young, probably under 10, I was on a horseback ride with my parents. We were all riding our own horses. My horse at the time was always the lead. We were going up a slight incline in some wooded trails. I remember feeling my horse stop as if she was startled. I looked to my right, and between the trees stood a male figure. I don't remember a lot, but he was green in appearance, as if he was covered in moss. He had a white tight t-shirt on. He was rather muscular, but no larger than the average man. It had stopped mid-stride and stared back at me. I looked back to see my parents, and if they were seeing what I was seeing, and when I looked back, it was gone. To this day, it still gives me the chills. I always wanted to know the significance. This happened around 2012 or 2013. Me and my friend, ages 13 and 14 respectively, were out exploring a patch of woods at the edge of my hometown in northern Minnesota. We went in a bit deeper than we usually did and spotted a well-built tarp shelter. Being the tactical tweens we were, we snuck up to it from different sides with a BB gun and a knife and called out, to which there was no reply. We went inside and found some clean tin cookware and utensils on a little handmade counter/shelf. We came back the next day and the shelter was destroyed. The tarps cut up, and there were stab marks in the cookware. I still wonder to this day whose shelter it was and why it was destroyed like that. I'm a former Brazilian Marine, 8 years of active duty, and I'd like to report a well-known story among the Marines about the disappearance of a sergeant on an island where we usually conduct military training once a year. known as Ilha da Marambia. The Ilha of Marambaya Island, is an island that during the time when Brazil was still an empire was refuge of slaves who fled the farms and gathered in communities in the most isolated parts of the island. These people are known as quilombolas, and to this day, they still survive on the island through hunting and fishing. At one of these military trainings that takes place every year, a newly graduated sergeant, I don't know his name, but let's call him Ricardo to make it easier to tell the story, made friends with one of the quilombolas who lived there in the region, which is very rare to happen, as we are advised to avoid any contact with them, as they are known to be hostile to the military man. During some conversations with the quilombola, he told Sergeant Ricardo about an ancient story of an old treasure hidden inside a cave in one of the isolated areas of the island. This old treasure that was hidden there by a group of thieves who shipwrecked on the island many years ago, during the time when Brazil was still an empire. However, he told Sergeant Ricardo that he should not enter the cave because any quilombola that had already entered into it never returned again, so it was known to be inhabited by a spirit who protected the treasure from outsiders. Ricardo was skeptical and did not believe much in spirits, so he asked for the quilombola to show him where the cave was. The same refused to show the cave entrance because he said that it was very dangerous. Ricardo then did not insist and decided to forget that story and just focus on the military training. Years passed, and Ricardo never forgot the story of the treasure on the island, and he was thinking about how his life would be changed if he managed to find that treasure. The life of a Marine in Brazil was very rough, and the salary was very low, so he dreamed of getting out of the Marine Corps and starting his own business, and that treasure could help him with that. So he decided that the next time that he went to attend a military training on the Marambaya Island, he would insist that the quilombola show him where the cave entrance is, even if for that he had to offer him money to show him the way. So after a few months, Sergeant Ricardo became aware that he would be chosen to be part of the next training on the island. So that would be his chance to change his life, and he would not let that escape. Arriving on the island, he attended the usual training drills and waited until the day off, which was one of the days when there would be no training, and he would have more time to explore the cave. He waited for dawn to go to the quilombola's place, without anyone from his squad seeing him, since the exploration of the island by the military was prohibited by the officers, as there have been cases of military disappearing in previous training. And then he asked one of the quilombolas to show him the way to the cave. Before he went to the quilombola, Ricardo invited a close friend to go with him to help him find the treasure. This close friend is the person who spread the story that you are reading, and said that if they found the treasure, he would share the treasure with him. The sergeant's friend refused to go because he said it was very dangerous and advised him to not go there either. He ignored his friend's advice and decided to go there anyway. After finding one of the quilombolas and insisting that it showed him the way, he agreed and took Ricardo to the entrance of the cave, where the sergeant entered in search of the treasure that could change his life. The next day, the sergeant's friend noticed that he had not returned from his search in the cave and told the officers what had happened. Search teams were requested, and it took about a week to find the entrance to the cave where the sergeant entered. After conducting searches inside the cave, they found the Sergeant Ricardo's dead body. Probably he was lost inside and could not find the exit, or was bit by a snake. Heavy rain on that island is very common, and normally snakes take refuge inside of the caves. It's said that the Marine Corps compensated the sergeant's family and hid the case from the public so that it did not appear in the newspapers. I don't know if that really happened or not, but it's a very common story in the Marine Corps that is often told by older Marines. It's said that this story happened in the early 1990s, so I think at the time it was not very difficult to hide this kind of story from the media. This happened last night, and I'm still pretty freaked out. We're up at my father-in-law's for Christmas. He lives in South Jersey, in a pretty remote area just north of Bern State Forest. It's quiet, and always a little eerie, but felt especially weird with the overcast weather and unseasonable warmth of the last few days. We did Christmas dinner at my brother-in-law's and got back pretty late. Because of the radiator heat and outside temps, we slept with the window open. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and as I was drifting back to sleep, I heard a low wail, building in volume for a few seconds before stopping abruptly. I figured it was just an odd-sounding bird and tried to go back to sleep. It happened twice more over the course of maybe 5 minutes. I was basically able to put it out of my head and start drifting back to sleep when I heard a loud, shrill blast, like a too-high elephant's trumpet. At that point, I shot up, heart racing. I knew I had to close the window and took a beat to build up to it. When I dragged myself out of bed, I peeked through the shutters before I reached to shut the pane. Whatever it was had tripped the motion sensor light at the back of the property and was half illuminated, standing maybe 100 feet from the back door, right at the tree line. It was cloaked, with its head partially shrouded. The bottom of its face looked flat and round like the back of a dinner plate, with another smaller, half-uncovered black circle at its center. I immediately slammed the window shut and it didn't move, just stood there with its face tilted towards the window. I shut the blinds and crept into bed, and basically hid until the sun came up. I didn't hear any more sounds. I dared another look out the window after dawn, and the figure was gone, and I managed to drift back to sleep for a few hours. Has anyone seen anything like this, or know what it might be? I'm frantically Googling, but nothing is really coming up. So to give you a little bit of background information on this story, which is 100% true, I would like to start with the fact that I am European. I posted another story a couple of months back about something that happened to me in Tuscany, Italy. As for me and my friends in this story, we are from Spain, and when this happened at the end of September of 2023, we were fairly new to the USA. I moved here a while back for law school, and so did my friends. We had been living there for a few months and decided to explore the nature of this beautiful continent, as we all live in New York City. So, long story short, we decided to go on a road trip to Canada, drive around Lake Ontario, and then drive back to New York City through upstate New York. I'm a male, and my friends were 3 females. For the sake of anonymity, let's call them Lisa, Anne, and Charlotte. Everything went super smooth until last night. So for our last night, we had rented an off-grid cabin in a remote area in the woods in upstate New York. To give some locals an idea, we were like half an hour drive from Harrisburg, I think. Me and Lisa had decided to spend one night in this cabin because it was one with nature. The cabin was super old, made from log wood, and there was no running water or electricity. Both me and Lisa had experience with survival in the wild in Europe. I, for myself, had been a Boy Scout my whole life, and even was a scout leader for a while. Our other 2 friends were, as much as I love them, purebred city girls. They had pretty much zero experience with camping, or to just be in a place where there is no service for the phones, as was the case in this cabin. We had been driving all day to get there, and when we reached the beginning of the forest, it was already past 10 p.m., and it was really dark that night. While driving to this place, we lost internet connection with the GPS, so I had to drive to the cabin on intuition paired with a good old-fashioned map, hoping for the best while trying to drive safe on these muddy trails. It was also rainy the whole day. On the way there, Anna and Charlotte were in the back of the car, and the moment they lost phone service, they got pretty uneasy for the rest of the ride. All of a sudden, in the pitch black darkness of the forest, we all saw a campfire, but there were no houses around or people, just a campfire, a well-organized one since the fire was not spreading, and it was not as big as a bonfire. It kind of startled all of us, as this was a little bit weird, since there was no one around and we were really deep in the forest already. Plus, it was getting very late. When this happened, we also reached the end of the trail, and we figured we had taken the wrong trail at a crossroads before. So I turned around and we were on our way again. Half an hour later, and a couple of wrong trails later, we finally had arrived at our destination, as we could finally see the first glimpse of this godforsaken cabin in the middle of nowhere. To give you an idea of how old it was, the outhouse was made of wood and was outside of the cabin. When we arrived, it was still raining, and both Anne and Lisa were definitely not in the mood for getting out of the car and getting in the cabin with zero lights. So me and Lisa left the lights on in the car, and we went inside the cabin while also using our phone flashlights to check the cabin out and see if we could find any old flashlights, which we did, and to see if we could turn on the fireplace, which we didn't, because all of the wood was still wet from the rain, and it seemed that no one had prepared dry wood anywhere. So with a couple of old flashlights and a small improvised fire that I managed to make in the stove, we all four got in the cabin and started to make some pasta for ourselves. Meanwhile, the girls were preparing the beds and closing the windows since it was already cold in this part of the state. The cabin had a small ladder which led to an elevated room/space with a bed where all three of the girls could fit in, and I would sleep downstairs in a bunk bed that seemed older than the First World War. While making pasta, Anna, one of the city girls, came up to me, and knowing that both Lisa and Charlotte did not like to hear anything scary at night, told me that she had seen an old cemetery in the middle of the forest on the way to our cabin, and that she had seen a figure walk around there. I first laugh it off as nothing. As I mentioned in my previous story, I do not consider myself a big believer of scary stuff. Being from Spain, we take promises very seriously. To swear to God is very serious for us. And she swore to God that she was not lying. I told her then that I believed her, but that there was no need to panic, as I would lock all the doors when we would go to sleep. We had some pasta, managed to make a couple of s'mores, which were lovely by the way, and drank a couple of beers, or at least I did. They all had just one. I can assure you that I am not drunk after just a couple of beers, and that I would never start to hallucinate. Just saying that in case anyone thinks that I saw stuff because of the beer. They all three went to sleep pretty early after finishing the s'mores and their beer, and I, considering that I really love the outdoors, and that I don't really mind a little bit of rain, decided to take my last beer and a flashlight outside to the front porch, also very old and made of wood, and sat myself down with my beer while enjoying the sound of the rain and the lovely sight of not seeing a single light in the distance. I could greatly appreciate this coming from New York City, and I just scanned the area around with my flashlight. There was nothing much really to see, besides a lot of trees and a small creek a little bit further away. All I could hear was the wind, the rain, and the running water down in the creek. That was until I suddenly heard what I would describe as a weird roar. The first thing that came to my mind was a bear, but I had researched well before our trip, and I knew that bears were not common at all in this part of the state. I also know what a bear roar would sound like, and it did not resemble it a lot, except from the fact that it was a deep roar, if you get what I mean. Startled but not really scared, I continued to scan the rest of the forest for as far as I could see from the porch, It was then when my eyes caught the glimpse of a figure, well hidden deep into a tree line. I would describe the figure as tall. For a reference, I'm 6'4", and I thought that this thing was at least a foot or two higher than me. It was well hidden because with its brown fur, that is what I think it was at least, or the skin in any case, blended in well with the trees in autumn. It was definitely aware of our presence, as I saw two eyes glimpsing into my flashlight. I could not tell you what it was, but I swear to God that it was not a bear. It was bipedal, and had rather long arms, I would say. We looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity, but in reality it was more like 5 seconds before it vanished behind a tree, and I heard another roar. It was then when I felt all the hair stand up, and I was definitely very much scared. I went inside as quick as I could and locked all the doors and closed all the curtains. I quickly went to bed and tried to wave it off as just my exhaustion of driving all day playing tricks on my mind. But I promise you, this was very real. After an hour or so, I had calmed down and finally fell asleep. The rest of the night was uneventful, and the next morning when I went to relieve myself after having drank beer the night before, the weather had cleared and it was rather sunny, and as far as I could see the forest was calm and beautiful. No sight of any animals or anything abnormal. We had a nice breakfast that morning and left for our way back to the city that never sleeps. And so also ends my story of that night. I never talked about what I saw that night because I know all three girls did not like to hear scary stories. And I figured after these months that this was the best place to share it. If anyone has an idea of what it could have been, please feel free to enlighten me, especially if it is backed up with rational reasoning. Hi everyone. I've debated posting this for a long time, but never got around to it, mainly because I try to keep calm and keep this memory out of my brain. This might be a long one, but this is a creepy thing that happened to me about 4 years ago. For starters, I grew up in southwest Saskatchewan and moved onto my aunt's farm in 2019 to live in the other house that is on their property. The house is fairly old, but I loved it. It wasn't long after I moved in, though, that I started to feel uneasy in the house alone. I would close every window when it got dark, as it felt like something was watching me through them every night. Eventually, I decided to get a puppy to keep myself company when my boyfriend at the time was at work or away from the house. It helped to have the company, but I always dreaded having to take her outside when it was dark. For a bit of scene setting, our house sat on the left side of the gravel road. At the back of the house, there was about 10 meters of backyard, and then there was a cow pasture in the cow barn. We didn't own cows, but in the summer, another farmer would rent our pasture space, and we would have them on the property. It wasn't uncommon at night to hear coyotes surround the farm either, and there were tons. Every so often when I'd go out with my puppy, we'd hear them all around us, too close for comfort. We had a farm dog too, who would keep the coyotes away for the most part, as she was huge. But every so often, she'd wander elsewhere on the property to scout, and the coyotes would get a little too close for comfort. They always tried to lure my puppy out to them, but luckily I kept her leashed. Now, one thing you should know about my pup is that it takes her forever to find a spot to go potty. This is still a problem today, 4 years later, but back then, it was the bane of my existence. She would pace for at least 5 minutes, and that was only after finding a suitable spot. Sometimes we would be out there for almost a half an hour, just so that she would go, and not go in the house, another problem of hers. Huskies, am I right? On this particular night, it was raining pretty heavily. I was not happy to be out there, and she had decided that she wasn't going to go until she found her perfect spot. We had already been out there for 15 minutes, and at this point she was also getting frustrated with the rain and wanted to go inside. But I wanted her to go before we went in, since we'd already been out there for so long. So, as any annoyed puppy mother would do, I started getting a little frustrated and would repeat, "Go, go potty," every time she'd get distracted from her objective. It was dark. I was cold and annoyed, and to make matters worse, the cows behind us were fussing fairly loudly. This was out of the ordinary for them. They were usually quiet and sleeping at this time of night. I was also hearing what sounded like a strange bird whistling, but shook it off as probably being an owl. I tried to keep it off my mind as I kept shouting and pleading "go" through the rain to my small, fuzzy white dog. I was facing away from the pasture, and suddenly, in my left ear, I heard it. Go. Now, one thing you should know about me is I have a very strong flight response typically, but this froze me on the spot, as I was mostly confused at what the heck I had just heard. I tried telling myself that I didn't hear it. I tried telling myself that it was just a moo from a cow that I had heard wrong. But again, as if spoken directly behind me, I heard it again. Go. Go. It sounded unnatural. It was as if it came from someone who had never spoken a word before. A raspy, deep, monotone go. It almost sounded like it was coming out of an old radio. But of course, there were no radios out there. Every time it said it, it sounded the exact same as the first time it was said. And whatever it was had started repeating it as if it had been taught its new favorite word. At this point, I spun around to the pasture to find nothing there. Then again from behind me, go. This had all happened in the span of about 3 seconds. And at this point, I remember shouting out loud, "All right, don't have to tell me twice," as I picked up my little fur ball and made a mad dash for my front door. I swiftly locked both doors behind me and sat bewildered in my kitchen. The puppy went back to puppying immediately, obviously unbothered by it all, and happy mom wasn't making her stay out in the rain any longer. I picked up my phone and called my aunt, asking her if my uncle had been out in the field with the cows. She said no, and I explained to her what had just happened to me. She sent my uncle over to the pasture to check it out, but soon after told me that he hadn't seen or heard anything. He said he'd check the pasture again in the morning. I spent my night hiding from the windows, with the lights and TV on loud enough to not hear anything outside. The next morning, when my uncle checked the pasture, he found 2 calves dead. Explains the colossal cow panic that had ensued the night before. I regret this, but I didn't push for more information, as I honestly just didn't want to know. But they told me other than that, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. A few months later, I moved off the farm. I couldn't be in that house alone anymore, and my boyfriend and I had parted ways. A few months after that, I started to go to therapy for the paranoia that this had caused me. I started feeling like people were watching me, out to get me. Another few months after that, I moved out of the province for good and finally felt safe. I'm wondering if any of you here have any idea what the heck this could have been. There's no chance there would have been someone in our field, as we were fairly far away from town and neighbors, and we have cameras that would have seen anyone enter our property. Coyotes are common, but I don't think that they are capable of mimicking words. Any ideas? In many rural areas of the American West, cutting firewood in national forests is a necessary chore if you want a warm house through the winter. Our home in mountainous central Idaho was no exception. It was normal for my dad to pick me and my brothers up after school and head into the mountains for an afternoon of firewood gathering. My dad would fell the dead trees, then saw them into chunks. My brothers and I had the task of rolling the wood to the truck and loading it. We would continue this assembly line process until we had a truckload of wood, usually before nightfall. Hot, sweaty, and exhausted, we would pile into the truck cab and make our way down the mountain. At home the next day, we would unload and split the wood and stack it into neat little rows. This process was repeated until we had a winter's worth of fuel for our house, our grandma's cabin, and any extra for elderly neighbors. This particular afternoon, we decided to try a different logging road on the other side of the valley. This was well outside our familiar logging area. No real reason for the change, but my dad said he wanted a change of scenery. This logging road hadn't been maintained in some time. Large rocks and fallen branches littered the path. My brothers and I had to walk out in front, pushing rocks and wood out of the way as my dad lurched the truck up the switchbacks. Yard by yard, we slowly made our way up the mountain. That hike was physically brutal. As we ascended the mountain and got farther into TBE trees, this odd feeling started to set in. I wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion from the hike or something more. There was electricity in the air, like the whole mountain was buzzing at a wavelength just below my senses. In some odd way, it felt like the mountain knew we were there, and it wasn't welcome to that fact. I wanted to say something to my brothers, but before I opened my mouth, my younger brother said, "Does anyone else feel like we're not welcome here?" My older brother and I stopped in our tracks and looked back at him. Both of us nodded in agreement. This moment was broken by my dad honking and motioning us to continue clearing the path. Reluctantly, we pushed forward to a small clearing in the woods, where we finally stopped the truck. My dad, oblivious to our apprehension, or simply choosing to ignore it, grabbed his saw and went to work. As the wood was felled and loaded, I couldn't shake this ominous feeling enveloping me like a dark shroud. I noticed my brothers were taking occasional glances over their shoulders as we worked. Everyone but my dad, it seemed, was on edge. The sun nestled down into the trees and twilight began to set in. As the light drained from the sky, my anxiety only intensified. It wasn't until my dad unexpectedly told us to load up that a wave of relief flooded over me. I could see the tension in my brothers melt away as well. The truck wasn't fully loaded, an oddity. Getting a half load was a waste, according to my dad. We would sometimes work into the dark just to make sure the truck was full. But tonight, he seemed eager to head home. With everything loaded, we started down the road. Although dead tired, everyone seemed to be in a much lighter mood. We were chatting and cracking jokes, while trying to blow off steam from the afternoon. We were almost out of the tree line and into the valley desert. Going down the switchbacks, you want to be careful, especially with a load, even if it was half that. A brown blur jumped up from the downslope side of the switchback. "Shit," was the only word that came out of my dad's mouth as he slammed on the brakes. Loaded with wood and traveling downhill, there was no way to avoid smashing into the blur. The truck finally ground to a standstill. The four of us peered through the windshield, nobody saying a word. Illuminated in the yellow glow of our headlights was a crumpled body of deer. Grumbling and cursing the deer's existence, my dad exited the truck to investigate. Doing as they were told, my brothers stayed put in the truck. I didn't listen, following close behind my dad. The truck was fine. We hadn't been traveling fast when we smacked the deer, just some hair and blood in the grill guard. Hitting a deer really wasn't that unusual. The mountains were full of them. What was unusual was that the deer dropped so quickly. At faster speeds, deer could still be upright and sprinting away, to die in the woods after a collision. That last burst of an adrenaline dump. This one fell over like a rag doll. Before even approaching the carcass, a deep, foul smell hit us. Deer smell bad when they're alive, but this was on a whole other level. It was the smell of decay and rot. My stomach began to turn as we got closer. My nostrils were burning. Coming up on the deer, it was clearly dead. Really, really dead. The stench was so overwhelming my eyes were watering. The body was a true horror scene. The deer's eyes were gone, replaced with sunken hollow hole. As if to overcompensate for their absence, the tunge was swollen and black as coal. It could not be contained and hung out the side of its mouth. The underbelly was split open. Entrails and offal spilled into the dirt. In the dim headlights, it looked as though the deer's fur and viscera were moving, wiggling almost. Holding my breath, I bent down for a closer look, and my heart stopped. The deer, inside and out, was covered in maggots. It was dead all right, but our truck didn't kill it. Clearly it had been dead for days, if not weeks. I backed away, retching. That electric anxiety came screaming back. My dad was always the quiet, stoic type, but right now, even in the dim headlights of the truck, I could see the abject horror in his face. His gaze wasn't on the deer, but focused down the mountain. Poorly masking the fear in his voice, he told me firmly to walk back to the truck and get inside. I obeyed without objection. As I grabbed the door handle, a loud shriek came out of the trees. Branches were shattering and breaking. Something was heading up the slope towards us. I slammed my door closed just as my dad reached the truck. Before his door was shut, he pressed on the accelerator. The truck launched forward, sending us over the deer carcass and racing downhill. With mine and my brothers yelling, it was hard to tell if the shrieking was following us. Our truck popped out of the tree line and into the desert sagebrush. Once out of the woods, everything quieted down. We were left with only the rumble of the engine and wind through the half-opened windows. Pulling into our property, the truck came to a stop. We sat in silence. No one moved to leave the truck. Everyone started talking at once. We all had questions. What was the screaming? How does a dead deer jump uphill in front of a truck? There was no way the truck killed it. Dad just shook his head and motioned for us to quiet down. That deer was dead when we hit it. It didn't jump out in front of us. It was thrown at us. We stared at him. He explained that all day up on the mountain he had felt uneasy. Not wanting to worry us boys, he kept it to himself. He described it like walking into a stranger's living room while they were upstairs asleep. That feeling never left him, and as twilight came, he happened to catch a shadow in the corner of his eye. Not far into the woods, and saw figures moving from tree to tree. He couldn't focus on them long enough for a good look before they dodged behind trees. His stomach dropped. Working hard to keep his composure, he hurried us to the truck to leave. It was after hitting the deer and discovering it was long dead that my dad pieced together what was happening. Something threw that deer to get us to stop. Before the shrieking began, he could hear something moving in the darkness beyond the road. It was a trap. Running back to the truck could have started an ambush, or triggered a prey drive, so we walked back to the truck. The second we were inside, he drove that truck downhill with no intention of stopping for anyone or anything. That feeling of electricity didn't disappear until we hit the county highway. My brothers and I never saw anything as we drove away, but those screams from the forest will never leave my mind. We didn't gather firewood the rest of the season. For the first time in his life, my dad just bought what we needed. And although we started to gather wood again the next season, we've never been back up that particular mountain. The Forest Service has permanently closed and reclaimed that road. The only way back up into those woods is a long hike, one I'm not interested in ever taking again. Whatever was on that mountain, whatever threw that deer carcass, whatever chased us out of the woods, it did not want us there. It wanted us gone. Or worse, it wanted us dead. This story happened just this summer. I'm only now getting around to writing it down. I would consider myself an outdoorsman. I grew up in the sticks. I've spent a lot of my life wandering in and enjoying the backcountry. I'm older now and have settled down in the suburbs. Wife, 2 boys, a house, a dog, a desk job, the whole suburban shtick. I want opportunities for my kids that come from suburban life, but I also want them to grow up with an appreciation for the outdoors. So when my oldest son was big enough for his first solo father-son camping trip, I was excited. My wife and younger son stayed home for this midsummer trip. It was going to be a great bonding experience for me and my son. Because my son is just 5, I didn't want to do anything too extreme on our first big solo camping trip. We needed a place that wasn't too deep into the Colorado Front Range, but still allowed for dispersed camping. I don't consider camping in RV parks or established campgrounds to be actual camping. You might as well be at a motel watching TV. Camping at most is a tent, sleeping bag, and a fire. A dispersed camping area called Gordon Gulch, west of Boulder, caught my attention. I had never been to this area before. There were no facilities and it was dispersed enough you couldn't see or hear other campers nearby. My son and I had a blast that day. We set up camp, collected firewood, went for a hike, saw a moose and a bobcat, tried a little fishing, and finally, as the sunlight faded, we returned to our campsite to light a fire. We had a traditional and nutritious camping meal of fire-burned hot dogs and marshmallows. It was a good day. Definitely a core memory for both my son and me. The perfect first camping experience for a preschooler. Or so I thought. After all that fun, my son and I were exhausted. It was time for bed. The sound of an evening summer breeze through the pines is better than any commercial sleep aid. I don't even remember drifting off. It was a hard, dreamless sleep that only physical exertion can bring. One thing about my son, he inherited many things from me: hair color, eye shape, disposition, and my unusually wide feet. But one peculiar thing he got from his mother was sleep talking. It's not unusual to hear him having full conversations in his sleep. It gets more pronounced when he's overly tired. I was catapulted out of the void of sleep. Not sure what aroused me, I sat up, collecting myself. The world seemed to be at peace. It was quiet, just me and the breeze through the treetops. I couldn't figure out what woke me so suddenly. The sound of my son laughing in his sleep cut through my groggy confusion. It was a deep belly laugh. Must be a fun dream, I thought hazily. Gently rocking him was enough to quiet him down. That must have been what startled me, I determined. As I repositioned to fall back to sleep, my son burst out laughing. I sighed and closed my eyes. He'll quiet down soon enough, I thought. He laughed again. This time, his laugh was echoed by something outside our tent. I held my breath and listened, unsure of what I just heard. It wasn't an echo. There was something out there, and it was laughing in unison with my son. My grogginess vanished as the adrenaline began to pump. It couldn't be real. It had to be my imagination. I sat up in my sleeping bag listening to the night. Hearing nothing after a minute, my muscles relaxed. I started to settle back down. Must have been hearing things. I was tired after all. Checking the time, I saw it was 4 a.m. The sun would be up in a couple hours. My son laughed again, and again it was answered with laughter outside. I was now absolutely certain it was not an echo. As I tried to make sense of what was happening, the voice outside called out my son's name. My blood ran cold. That voice. It was so familiar. Then it clicked in my brain. It was the voice of my younger son. That wasn't at all possible. He was safe at home with my wife, miles and miles away. I could hear twigs crunching beyond our thin nylon tent walls. It was impossible to tell the distance from us, but there was something out there, circling us. Unprompted this time, it called out my son's name in that little toddler voice. My 5-year-old, still fast asleep, called out to his brother, asking him to play. The thing outside the tent laughed in reply and urged my son to come outside. That thing with my little son's voice sounded cold, hollow, dead. The floodgates of my adrenaline burst open. Cold sweat formed on my face. I was frightened out of my mind, but my primal caveman brain roared to life. I was in Papa Bear mode. Nothing was going to take or hurt my son. I was putting a stop to this. Whatever it was out there, I didn't care. You don't mess with my kids. Say what you will. But when you're camping miles from anything, it's not worth the risk of being unarmed. Wild animals, wild people, you have to be prepared. I almost always take a firearm with me when I'm camping. Pepper spray and bear bells are great, but nothing gets attention from a conscious threat faster than the sound of chambering around. I spoke loudly into the night that I had a gun and was coming out. I hoped the fear in my voice was masked by my aggressiveness. The only reply was the breeze through the treetops. My son was still asleep. Kid's a hard sleeper. Another trait from his mom. My wife and I have joked that he could sleep through a tornado. Stepping out into the cool summer night, a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other, I surveyed the campsite. The fire was down to embers. Our fishing gear was leaning against the pickup. The firewood was still neatly stacked. Nothing seemed out of place. Not wanting to stray far from the tent or my sleeping son, I sat down outside the entrance. I waited in the dark with the flashlight off. Not far into the trees, I heard a branch break. Then another snapped, this time closer. I stood up and flashed my light in the direction of the sound. Nothing was there. The voice called out, this time from behind, and this time focused towards me. "Daddy, Daddy." It was my youngest son's voice again, crying out for me from the dark forest. I threw the light beam in that direction. A pair of shimmering green eyes were illuminated by my flashlight. They were only 2 or so feet above the ground, the same height as a toddler. I took a small step toward it. I wanted to see more. I needed to see more. The eyes, unblinking, remained in place. Getting closer didn't help reveal this thing. It seemed to absorb the light from my flashlight, almost devouring it. I couldn't make out its size or shape or color. It seemed to swallow up all the light around it, save for its 2 shimmering green eyes. That thing laughed in its hollow toddler's voice, this time with malice and cruelty in it. The eyes never looked away from me, never blinking, focused only on me, like a predator before the pounce. Not wanting to give up any ground to a predator, I stepped forward again. It didn't move. Not knowing what to do, I screamed as loud as I could. I waved my arms, trying futilely to shoo it away. The eyes shimmered, and as I stared back, the eyes shifted from green to amber. I watched as they began to rise up into the air. It was now apparent to me this thing had been crouching and was now standing up. I could only watch in silent terror as the eyes finally stopped rising, nearly 10 feet off the ground. The night air erupted with a deep growl. I could feel the vibrations in my guts. I couldn't see a mouth, but I could hear teeth snapping and gnashing. My son in the tent behind me began to scream. That was the only time the eyes lost focus on me and shifted towards the screams of my kid. My only reaction was to fire my gun into the air. The eyes immediately vanished. My ears were ringing, but I could hear the growls turn to shrieks, followed by a cacophony of crashing branches and undergrowth. I stood there until I couldn't hear the shrieking anymore. It trailed off deep into the trees. I was left with only the sound of the breeze in the treetops and the quiet sobbing of my child. Twilight was beginning to illuminate the forest. Shaking and exhausted, I sat down in the dirt in front of the tent. I tried to collect myself. "Daddy, Daddy, where are you?" my 5-year-old shouted. That got me out of my daze. I picked myself up and went into the tent to retrieve him. Putting him in the truck, I locked the doors and wasted little time breaking down camp. We were out of that camp and back on the road by the time the sun broke over the horizon. I have no idea what is in those woods. I do plan to camp in that area again, albeit without my family, and definitely with some friends. I want to find out more about this thing. Thankfully, my son doesn't seem fazed by anything that happened that night. He thinks I was chasing a bear away from camp. And maybe he's right. I hope he is anyway. My son can't wait to go on another camping trip. But, truthfully, I'm thinking the next family camping trip might be at an RV park. Or even a motel. That's family camping, right? A few years ago, a group of friends and I went camping together. The campground we wanted to go to was full, so we ended up camping deep into the forest, several miles away from any other campers. Well, the first night we woke up at about 2 in the morning to drumming and singing. It sounded like a traditional Native American type of song and music. I don't know how to describe it, but I got the feeling that something was very wrong. It was like the feeling you get when something bad happens. And the sound didn't sound like it was coming from anywhere in particular, but was just all around us. Anyway, we were completely freaked out and decided to sleep in our car. The next night, we decided to see if we could find any other campers near us that might have made the noise. We literally saw no sign of life anywhere around us, and we were in a somewhat clear part of the forest, so if anyone was camped near us, we would have seen them. We were still freaked out, but decided it was probably nothing, so we spent another night. That night, we woke up at the same time again to loud music, but it sounded closer this time. We also felt like something was wrong, and were extremely freaked out. We were too freaked out to go sleep, so we just stayed in our tent awake all night. The next day when we woke up, we decided to pack up and see if the other campground was open, and it was. When we stayed, nothing else happened. To this day, I really don't have an explanation for what that noise was. I don't understand how we could have not seen any other campers, and why they would have played music in the middle of the night. We also weren't on tribal land. My best friend, who was one of the other campers, is Navajo, and she said the music was similar to the music that she heard in tribal dances and rituals. I'm still freaked out about the whole ordeal, and it's hard to explain, but my body was just telling me that something was very wrong when this was happening. I had moved back to Georgia from Southern Oregon. Don't worry, I later returned to Oregon for a while. And the city life was a cultural shock after the peace and tranquility of the remote state of Jefferson. I decided that I needed to go out in the woods for some sanity. So on Valentine's Day, I went camping up outside of Helen in the Appalachian foothills by myself. I drive as far as I could up the dirt road, maybe 7 miles, until the rest of the road was closed off for winter. Nobody on the drive anywhere. Set up camp by the creek right there. Had a fire going, still daylight, and a truck pulled up out of nowhere on the road. 2 guys. I'm a female in my 30s, by the way. I hate to stereotype, but they looked like the Appalachian hillbilly part. They also had a bottle of liquor in their hand that they were drinking from. They asked why the road was closed. They peered around my campsite from inside of their truck, I'm sure noticing just one chair by the fire. I said that we are only staying for one night, and looked at the tent maybe to insinuate my man was in the tent. They left. They were creepy. It got dark and I got in my tent, and I kept thinking about those guys and I just could not shake it. I had no cell reception. I thought maybe I could sleep in my truck bed that had a camper on top. In case they came by, they would check the tent. But why would I put myself through that? So, I'm feeling defeated, because I just want some nature magic to soothe my soul. But I packed up my camp, put the embers out, and got on the road. No way would I have gotten to sleep. I pulled out of the site, and around the next corner, hours after I had seen them, they were there, in their truck, just waiting in the dark. They pulled out in front of my truck after starting theirs quickly, and started driving down the long, windy 7 miles. I had no reception. I was super scared, thinking of what I could do if they stopped. What if they ran their truck off the cliff? What if they had a gun? I made it to the main road and they took off, and I stayed in a hotel and told the hotel clerk to call the sheriff, and this was their license plate. I know that I probably narrowly escaped an R-word or death or both. Happy Valentine's Day. Good thing I never celebrated. I'm back in Oregon, and very happy, by the way. You ain't gonna get me. Me and my friends, Mexican graphic design students, went to the Laguna Salada, Salty Lagoon, in Baja California, Mexico, to watch the Milky Way and shoot some star trails photography. The Laguna Salada is a vast patch of salt-encrusted land that was once a lake. It dried quite a bit ago, and you can actually find ancient bleached seashells if you check carefully. Anyways, we arrive at an entrance from the highway and drive around 500 meters deep into the Salada. We come to a nice spot with a lot of bushes at one side, while clear on the other. We thought this was perfect, as the bushes would block out the car headlights from the road. We stop and get out of the car. Then we all notice this strange hissing, rattling sound all around us. Imagine being surrounded by invisible people playing maracas, some far, some closer. We are so puzzled and fascinated by the sound that we start to throw out theories about what it could be. A friend says it might be echo from the cars. Others says they're insects. And another one jokingly says, alien probes man, etc. With that put aside, we set up the tripod, camera, and shutter switch. We shoot some test shots, and after everything is right, we leave the camera with the lens open to shoot the star trails. We grab some lanterns and decide to go exploring. After walking about 15 minutes, one friend says, in a very fearful voice, 2 men are coming at us. We are like, yeah bro, nice try. But he repeats, not kidding, 2 men are coming at us and they got assault rifles. Almost instantly the 2 men yell, turn off the flashlights, turn of the flashlights now. And we're all like, he's right. We are scared and do as the men command. They get close and say, don't move, keep your hands down, don't do sudden movements. And then they start asking questions in a very aggressive tone. Who are you? What are you doing here? How old are you? What are your names? How long have you been here? Etc. After explaining ourselves, they start whispering to themselves while pointing their rifles at us. We are all frozen with fear, believing we were going to be executed right there for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. One of the men say, go back to your car and keep taking your photos, but do not go near that bush patch because, and I quote him, rifles tend to misfire in there. As we are walking away from them, I was pretty sure we stumbled into a bunch of narcos doing some shady stuff there. I'm sure we are going to be sprayed from the back. I'm just walking slowly, as our flashlights are off, waiting for that hot lead to enter my back. You know how they say that your life flashes in front of you when you feel you're close to death? I can assure you it's not a lie. Past Christmas come to my mind. Me opening my sweet Super Nintendo, graduating from high school, past girlfriends, etc. I even start to get angry at life, telling myself, I'm gonna get killed by a bunch of scum narcos, all because of some photos. Thank God nothing happened. We get the message and decide to nope out of there. We decide to get out before we become another number in Mexico's narco wars. As we are all grabbing our stuff and packing up, we hear a loud rattling in the floor. A friend turns a flashlight, and turns out it is a baby rattlesnake, inches from my friend's feet, and in attack posture, with rattle shaking like crazy and all, ready to strike. We cannot believe how stupid we were. All the sounds we heard in the beginning turned out to be rattlesnakes. All around us. Narcos and rattlesnakes. We noped out of there. And never, came back. A few summers ago, me and a few buddies went catfishing at a local reservoir. This is rural Ohio, and the reservoir was off a dirt road about 2 miles from the village that it fed, which was a village of about 1,500 people. We had fished this spot tons of times, and we very rarely saw other people during the day, and we never saw anyone out there at night. So the day we went out, it was about 9 p.m., sun's going down. We had a couple of cases of beer. We were planning on staying out until the sun came back up. We didn't want to be bothered. We weren't really allowed to have alcohol around the reservoir anyways, so we actually drove a dirt service road clear around the reservoir, as far away as we could get from the road in. This service road was nothing but compacted dirt, with tree roots running across it, areas that had washed away during flooding, fallen trees in the road that had been there for years, etc. This place was not a well-traveled road, and the only way we got around it was that we all had lifted 4x4 trucks or jeeps. The site we pick is out on a piece of land that stretches out into the water a bit in a teardrop kind of shape. Goes maybe 20 feet out into the reservoir. So we have water on all sides of us besides our back. We figure we can fish from different directions. Since we will have 5 or 6 poles in the water, it would give us a little bit more room to cast without tangling lines. Plus, there was remnants of a fire pit and some wood that was already collected. So, we go to start a fire, bait our poles and start drinking. We fish for 2 or 3 hours and get good and drunk. In the meantime, a thick summer fog creeps in across the pond. Then we hear a huge kersploosh, and we see the ripples coming from across the water to our right. There's maybe 50 yards of water between us and the other bank, and the fog was so thick we could not see the bank or what caused the sound, but we could see the ripples in the water once they got to us. We explain it away to be a tree limb falling in the water, or maybe a beaver jumping off into the bank, and we keep fishing. About 20 minutes later, another huge kersploosh, and the ripples come again. And let me tell you, there was no mistaking the sound. It was not a fish flopping, and it was not a frog jumping in the water. It was the sound of a very large and heavy object, like the sound someone makes when they do a cannonball off the diving board. But we explain it away as we did with the first. Shortly after that, we run out of wood for the fire, so we leave one guy to watch the poles. Me and a few buddies go into the brush to find fallen sticks and whatnot. We all go our separate ways and meet back at the fire shortly after. One of my buddies comes back to the fire with a white jacket, a pair of rubber boots, and a clown mask in his arms. This was about the time when there were all the posts about the scary clowns who would lurk around towns to scare people. I knew that those stories were crap, so I figured it was just left over from some kids who had a party out there one night and left it. So we get the fire going again. We fish for a little while longer, when we hear twigs breaking in the woods across the water, and then another huge kersploosh. At this point, we know there is someone out there with us, and the sound has to be dropping something in the water. So we call out and we say, "Hey, if there's someone out there, we aren't making trouble, just fishing and drinking some beers. We'd be happy to have you join us." Dead silence. So we call out again to no response. A couple of my buddies are seriously freaking out at this point, between the booze, the clown mask, the fog, and the mystery noises. So I get that drunk courage. You know the kind. And I decide that we should all go walk around the bend and see what the heck's going on. This guy's being a butthole and trying to scare us. I convince 2 of my buddies to come with me, and the other 2 guys watch the poles. So we 3 trek into the bush with our flashlights, make our way through thick fog, start working around this lake, and as we go, we start finding bits of trash and saplings that have been cut down. and then more trash, and then footprints of someone in their bare feet, which is odd since it was so much work to get back to this spot on the lake. No one would be hiking around this far around the lake to fish in this spot. As I'm sweeping the woods with my flashlight, I walk over the crest of a hill, and not 10 feet in front of my face is a tent. This tent had been there for a long time. There was moss growing on the sides of it, and there was trash and stuff thrown all around this campsite. Most concerning, though, was the pile of propane tanks. There had to have been 15 or 20 of these 5-gallon propane tanks. So we all looked at each other and said, well, guess this is none of my business. And we hurriedly made our way back to the fire, threw all of our stuff in the back of the trucks, and made our way out of there in a hurry. On the way out from around the reservoir, we pulled onto the main, still dirt road and passed a crappy little Toyota Camry with 5 dudes in it. Watching in the rear view, they pull onto the service road that we just left out of. So for those that aren't savvy in rural southern Ohio, we busted a meth lab in the middle of the woods. The owner of said meth lab tried to scare us away by throwing stuff in the lake. I can only assume that when throwing stuff in the lake didn't scare us away, the meth cook called some of his buddies to come scare us out. Or worse yet, the meth cook called his buddies after we saw his operation. In which case, I'm glad that we got out of there before they showed up. I used to work at a Boy Scout summer camp. Every week, I had to take a big group of campers to a secluded spot for their wilderness survival badge, where they had to build a shelter out of sticks, leaves, etc., and sleep in it overnight. The spot was only about a half a mile from the main camp, but we took them a circuitous route that made it seem really secluded. Anyways, on this one night, all the campers had made their shelters. We had cooked dinner, and we're all just sitting around the campfire. It was getting late, maybe 11 o'clock, so I sent all the campers to their shelters for the night and started cleaning up the fire. That's when we heard in the distance what sounded like church bells. They were pretty faint, but myself and my fellow staffers could definitely hear them. They went on for about 30 minutes, ringing every 30 seconds or so. We were all a little creeped out, as there were no churches or towns within 20 miles of us. After the bells stopped, though, the singing started. It was too faint to hear the words, but it sounded like church choir music, but a lot of people and a lot more enthusiastic. Also, it was almost midnight at this point. The singing went on for well over an hour, sometimes quieting down until we almost couldn't hear it, sometimes getting so loud that we thought it was getting closer. All of the campers were super creeped out, but I lied to them, telling them that there was a church service going on in camp, and that there was nothing to be scared of. Eventually, at almost 1 a.m., the singing stopped. I found out a few days later that there had been a large KKK rally only a few miles away that night, and that is the singing that we heard. I grew up down a long dirt road in rural Alabama. My family owns a decent amount of land. I still miss the peacefulness sometimes, but I'm a gamer, so I need my high-speed internet. Anyway, the first time my friend and I decided to camp by ourselves, we were about 12 years old. We picked a spot in a field that was right at the edge of the woods. We really weren't that far from the house, maybe 500, 600 yards. Far enough to make us feel like we were being brave, but close enough to run back to the house if needed. Everything was going fine. We had a tiny fire and plenty of junk food to gorge ourselves with. It was probably around 10 or 11 that things took a turn for the worse. We were both just sitting and staring at the flames. There wasn't much noise that night because it was early winter, and the bugs had pretty much vacated by that time, so all we heard was the crackling of the fire and the occasional wind gust blowing what few dead leaves might have remained on the trees. That's when we heard it. I couldn't say exactly how far away the sound was, but it came from the woods. It was a blood-curdling scream. To this day, I've never heard anything in the wild that would make you as uneasy as that sound. We both looked at each other, and I know that we were thinking, run to the house. But we were tough kids, right? So we decided we'd lock ourselves in our tent and brave this new danger we'd discovered. Neither of us had any clue what that noise was, but we knew we weren't setting a foot outside the tent until the sun came up. My friend ended up actually falling asleep an hour or so later. I didn't have an easy time, though. I could see the dying light of the fire glimmering through the tent fabric. I just laid there watching the light dance until something disturbed it. It was like the fire went out completely, but then it came back, and I immediately realized something had walked between the fire and the tent. I covered my head with my sleeping bag, scared to death. I never heard a sound. No footsteps. Nothing ever messed with the food we left outside. 30 minutes later, I had to uncover my head because I was pouring sweat and about to suffocate myself. I could still see a tiny glow from what was left of the fire. I couldn't see or hear anything else. I laid there for probably another hour before I finally fell asleep. I woke to sunlight. My friend was already up and outside. We talked about the scream, and I told him what I'd seen after he fell asleep. We looked around and could see no tracks or any other signs that something else had been here besides us. It wasn't until years later and a couple of sightings from different people that we found out what actually made the sound. A panther. I went on a camping retreat with a group of friends when I was just getting out of high school. We stayed at a campground that was made up of lots of cabins that had those metal bunk beds and a large main cabin with a kitchen and a socializing area. It was the first night up there, and I wanted to take a walk around the wood near the campgrounds. I walked along some trails until I could no longer see the lights from the cabins, and it was practically pitch black. After a little while, my night vision kicked in, and I continued my exploratory hike. After about 15 minutes of walking in the dark, I could see a shape ahead of me in the path. I stopped and tried to make out what was there. About 100 feet ahead of me was some small guy or kid standing in the middle of the path. He was standing completely still, and it appeared that he was standing in the middle of a bridge that the path led to. I stayed really quiet and started backing away while keeping my eye on him. It was way too dark for me to make out any details about him from where I was. All I could really see was that he was standing completely still. My nerve finally broke, and I hurried back to the campground. When I got back, I told my friends about what I just saw. And of course, a bunch of them wanted to head out to check out what I found. So, a bunch of us group up, and I lead them back to the bridge where I saw the guy standing. As we get closer to the spot, I could see that he was still standing in the same spot. We all kind of stopped and waited. We started whispering to one another about what we should do now. Some wanted to turn back around, and others want me to go over to him to see if he was okay. Being stupid, I agreed. I went ahead of the group and inched my way towards the figure. I was ready to bolt the moment something seemed wrong. So I got close, and when I got to the head of the bridge, I could see what the shape actually was. It was an upright vacuum. Someone had stuck an upright vacuum in the middle of a hiking path for some reason. I guess seeing something so foreign to the surroundings, along with it being completely black and white, dark, made our imaginations go a bit wonky. Overall, this was pretty mundane, but the whole experience has stuck with me for decades. So me and three of my buddies, Andy, Kurt, and Morgan, were hiking the AT over summer break. We were only going to be out 3 to 4 days doing a section in Pennsylvania. On day 2, we were multiple miles into a state forest and multiple miles away from any roads or towns. As planned, we made it to a public shelter right around dinner time. It was a roof and 3 walls, with some wooden bunks built in. We were hustling to get there as some clouds had been rolling in. We pretty much drop our bags at the shelter and it starts to rain. It was a summer rain where it blows in and pours for about 30 minutes, and then blows away to reveal blue skies and sunshine. So we were glad to start building a fire and getting dinner ready. About 5 minutes after the rain had stopped, we hear someone coming down the trail, thinking, "Aw man, they must have got caught in the rain." However, first to round the trail is a happy little corgi, dry, with his feet barely wet. The corgi ran up to us as we all had our snacks out and started begging for food. Behind him came a middle-aged man, slowly moving down the trail. He was wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt, cowboy boots, had no gear with him, and was also bone dry. At this point, we all start looking at each other, because none of this makes sense. We nervously play with the dog for a few minutes as the man takes his sweet time making his way over to the shelter. He walks up and says hello, and doesn't really engage in any conversation. Seems a bit socially awkward, and we were all too bugged out to try and ask him questions. He came within about 10 feet of us and was just walking around and seemed to be enjoying the scenery. We all looked at him and agreed that he was totally dry. White t-shirt and jeans. It would have been easy to tell if any of it was wet. We then say goodbye, and he starts to walk back the way that he came. Started calling for the dog to follow him, saying, Toby, come on, boy." The dog had almost no reaction to these remarks. Granted, we had food, but you would expect some kind of reaction. Then I looked closer at the dog, and it was wearing a Barbie pink collar and had metal ring hanging, but no dog tag attached to it. The man kept walking away and called the dog a few more times. Eventually, he disappeared down the trail. The dog stayed a few more minutes and then just walked away in the opposite direction they came from. Just walked off into the woods. So once they both are gone, we start talking to each other. No one saw any hikers behind us all day. No one saw any tents or shelters set up close by. We all confirmed on our map that the closest road was miles away. We all agreed that he was dry and very strange. And we all agreed that the dog seemed to have nothing to do with him, and it had a girl collar, and didn't react to the name Toby. We even tried to call it Toby and it didn't react. So, as our minds race, we decide that this man must be some kind of serial killer hiding out on the trail, living off the hikers that he kills. Killed one with a dog and decided to keep it. From there, we formulate a plan. Andy had some paracord, and we all had 10 cans left from dinner. We set up a perimeter of these noise traps around the shelter and across the front opening. We also took the wooden picnic table that was next to the shelter and tipped it up on its side against the front to try and secure us inside. Nighttime, and it's absolutely pitch black. Fire pit got too wet to keep something going. We all sleep on the top bunks with our knives ready to go right by our beds. None of us really slept. At the slightest noise, we would jump, and then call each other's names to make sure that we were all there. I would pass out occasionally and fire off one of my grizzly bear snores and freak everyone else out. At one point, Kurt got down to look out the front and almost got stabbed by Andy as he was trying to climb back in his bunk. Then later, poor Morgan had to pee and was trying to pee out the front and accidentally hit the string and made the cans rattle. Well, the rest of us were ready to pounce on this silhouette by the front door, and he had to yell, "No, it's just me, it's just me." Otherwise, he would have been a goner. Eventually, we made it through the night. Sun starts to come up, and we start taking down the table and traps. We left a note in the shelter sign-in book about Toby and the man that was with him. We diverted our path and moved over near a campground the next night, set up a concealed camp quarter-mile off the trail. Then, the final morning, we got to the campground payphones and called in for our extraction. None of us have ever forgotten how terrifying that night was, and since then, we often recall the story of Toby and the man that was with him. I'm a little late to the party, and it's hiking instead of camping, but it still fits the theme. I'm walking along Striding Edge at Helvellyn in the British Lake District. It's a quite sharp glacial arête, which involves some scrambling. It's considered a technical grade 1, suitable for beginners. I'm with a mate and it's mid-afternoon. One hazard is that fog descends on the area very, very rapidly. One minute you have a low cloud and overcast skies. The next you can't see 10 yards in any direction. So it's 10 a.m., and two of us are making our first graded hike. There's a pub on the other end. We expect to make it for at latest 3. We pass other hikers on the way, exchange pleasantries, and go on our way. It's 10 past 2 when we reach the pub and we both order pie and a pint. The barkeep asks us if we've just done Striding Edge, and we confirm we have. He then asks if we saw a blonde woman, about 35 or so, with a bright red rucksack. We confirm we have. We spent 5 minutes with her talking about weather conditions on the day. At around 11:30, we climbed above the dew point and into dense fog. We told her about it because we descended beyond it by the time we saw her. As best the coroner knew, we were the last to see her alive. She'd lost footing on a particularly narrow part of the route and tumbled over 100 feet. It's a little chilling, knowing that you were the last friendly face that someone saw before their death. My boss and his dog, colleague, and I went on this hunting/camping trip in the California desert some years ago. We all had firearms, and the plan was to do a survival camping experience where we would only carry water and food for the dog and some emergency food and communication sets. We set up camp very deep inside the desert, and the nearest town was probably an hour's drive away on our 4x4 rental truck. 2 days in and we haven't caught anything, and the heat is driving us crazy. On the second evening, as we're out on the hunt, we see what looks like mountain lion droppings around our camp. No big deal. We've got firearms and stuff on us. We return to base empty-handed on the third evening too, and we haven't eaten solid food in 3 days and are just surviving on water. We start a campfire and put our heads down for some rest, and my friend sees 2 sets of eyes staring at us in the distance. We bring the dog, and the dog goes crazy looking in the same direction as the eyes. We scramble into the tents and bring out our rifles and wait for something to happen. This standoff lasts for about 10 minutes, and we notice the animals move around a bit as we watch it. We don't fire our rifles because killing what looks like a mountain lion would invite a ton of trouble, so we just wait. At some point during this, the animals just turned around and left. I've never been more scared in my life. We packed up all of our stuff with one guy standing guard with a loaded gun at all times. We locked the doors of the car, rolled up our windows, and just left. Until today, we're convinced that it was a mountain lion. Occasionally, we think it was because we were crazed by the heat and hunger. But then, why did the dog bark? We don't know. I recently went winter camping at a nearby state park. Had a good hike, found my campsite, and settled in for the night. The campsite was near a park road, only about 200 yards from the road, but on the other side of some trees. My tent wasn't visible from the road, which will be important later. Just as I was starting to drift off to sleep, I hear footsteps coming down the trail toward my site, and when I open my eyes, I can see a beam of light scanning the woods on the other side of the pond I'm camped by. Then the light sweeps toward me, hits my tent, and turns off. Footsteps retreat. I'm a little spooked, and by now I'm definitely making sure my knife is handy, but figure it was maybe another hiker looking for a place to camp, who saw me and turned off the light once he realized someone was already in the site. Either that, or it was the rangers checking on me. I'd filed an itinerary with them. So then I finally do drift off to sleep, only to be awoken about 30 minutes later by a vehicle coming down the trail toward my tent. I can hear it crunching on the gravel trail, steadily growing louder as it gets closer. Again, I see lights sweeping the woods across the pond, this time headlights, and again they come around the bend in the trail, shining directly onto my tent. At this point, I'm spooked. Knife in hand, I call out, "Hello?" When I do, the vehicle backs up, turns around, and retreats back up the trail. At this point, I'm really spooked. I call the park office and have service, thankfully. No answer. So I call 911. I tell them where I'm at, and she tells me to hold on, puts me on hold. When she comes back, she tells me that officers are in the area looking for someone. I ask if she can give me any more idea about what the problem is, so I can help. I'm an experienced backpacker and my day job is 911 operator, but she won't tell me anything. I tell her I'm a dispatcher, and if it's a missing hiker or suspect, I'll keep an eye out if she gives me the description, but she still won't tell me anything, so we disconnect. No idea who they were looking for, but I'm pretty sure it had to have been a suspect. It was the middle of winter, and I only saw one other person in the park all day, an old man walking his dog, close to the trailhead where I started. Between the cold and the incident, it was definitely my second worst night out backpacking. So I was around 19 camping with my buddy up in the mountains of North Carolina. We had hiked a few miles up a mountain from a campsite his grandparents were staying in, and made a little lean-to shelter off a big rock we found near a stream. This wasn't on any trail, we walked up through the stream. Everything was awesome, no worries at all. Flash forward to a little after midnight. It's really dark. Like can barely make out your hand looking up at the sky dark. The fire is nothing but coals, and I'm on the outside half of the lean-to looking out into the woods. Then, I see a light. Just for a moment, mind you. So naturally, I continue to watch that same spot. A few minutes later, I see it again, pretty much in the same spot. My first thought was we had somehow gotten up close to a road on our climb, and I was seeing some headlights through the trees. Well, I kept watching to confirm my suspicions, when the light did some crazy flip maneuver. So either someone had a crazy wreck, or it's actually someone with a flashlight walking around in the woods in the middle of the night. So I'm just frozen, staring off into the darkness waiting for Hillbilly Joe to murder me, and my friend is just snoring gently behind me up against the rock. After about 10 minutes with no more sightings of any lights, suddenly a light appears at my feet, out of nowhere. It was an orb, maybe the size of a golf ball. I've had people say, oh, it was just a firefly, but it was white. Like perfect light. I'm still not sure how to describe it, but it didn't seem to cast light on its surroundings. It just was light. But it went from the base of our shelter where my feet were, and moved silently in a perfectly straight line, all the way past my head, then disappeared. I am literally frozen solid now. Couldn't move if my life depended on it, and for all I knew it did. About 15 agonizingly long minutes after it scanned me, or whatever, it went back to flitting around near its original spot. but now it wasn't going off. It just stayed on all the time. At this point, my friend rolled over in his sleep and was close enough for me to bump him with my elbow, while not making any noise and keeping basically totally still. He was immediately awake and alert, thinking there could be an animal nearby. He leaned up on my back and peeked over my shoulder after I whispered, "Look in the woods." After a few seconds, I heard him whisper, "What the is that?" I'm not crazy. It wasn't a dream. We stayed watching the light dance around for a few minutes until he turned and looked up the hill from our shelter, and there were 2 more lights flitting around up there. We remained awake until the sun came up watching them. They stayed until about an hour before dawn. Once the sun was up, we passed out for a few hours and then packed our stuff and left. We still don't have an explanation for what they could have been. Spirits, ghosts, aliens, mutant fireflies. I will mention that when I finally fell asleep that morning when the sun rose, I had a dream reliving it. Except this time when the light scanned me, I sat up and said, "What are you?" At which point it went from its perfect white over to red and flew directly into my face. I woke up at that point. Whew, that was a lot to type. Anyone else have anything like that? My cousins and I used to do a lot of camping in all seasons. One fall, we went to one of our usual places, this little ridge that made almost a bowl shape, perfect for us and our supplies. It's about a mile hike into the woods from where we parked. Well, that night, it was late, and we were all sitting around the fire, talking and smoking some weed. We can hear coyotes off in the distance. After a few minutes of hearing the coyotes sound off a few ridges away from us, we start hearing rustling from the ridge above us, and then we hear more coyotes sounding off, even closer than the first ones. The first one sounded off again, and the rising we heard seemed intensified. They were getting excited and restless. We're all looking at each other, completely silent by this point. One of my cousins reaches behind him and grabs his gun and a big mag light. He stands up and walks to the edge of the fire's light and shines his mag light up to the ridge above us. And the eyes, all the pairs of eyes. There had to have been at least a dozen, just on that ridge. He shined the light all the way around us, and everywhere there were more eyes. In total, there had to have been 3 dozen coyotes, the biggest pack I have ever seen. My cousin fired off a few shots, hoping to scare them off, but they barely so much as flinched. It was a long night. We took turns sleeping in shifts, making sure that our fire never went out. The coyotes would come in closer, just feet outside of the firelight, and wait. It was maddening. Knowing that we were being hunted, knowing that to these animals, we were prey. Sometime before dawn, they slipped away without us noticing. My cousin said he looked up, and they were just gone. There wasn't a single set of eyes left. Easily the most terrifying thing that's happened to me while camping. This will probably get lost in the mix, but I used to live on the big island of Hawaii, where the current lava eruption is going on. My girlfriend and I at the time decided to go camping at Mackenzie State Park along the coast in the Puna district. We had planned on staying for 4 nights, but ended up only staying for 2 nights. I had heard about it being haunted before, but sort of wrote it off, and was sure not to mention this to my girlfriend. The first night, around 2 a.m., we woke up to what sounded like multiple people using a pickaxe on lava rock and groaning. This went on for what seemed like a few minutes, and then stopped. It was really weird, as there was only 2 other people at the park that night, and I was sure that they weren't using a pickaxe. We eventually fell back asleep and asked the other people the next morning if they heard it, and they had not. The second night, it was just my girlfriend and I at the park. I'm getting chicken skin right now thinking of what happened. It was around midnight when I woke up to what sounded like someone sprinting back and forth outside of our tent. Like they were sprinting back and forth at full speed. I was the only one up, and turned my light on and it stopped. It freaked me out, but eventually I fell back asleep. A couple of hours later, my girlfriend is squeezing my arm and whispering directly into my ear, "Someone is outside the tent." It sounded exactly like a couple of hours earlier of someone running back and forth. The corner of the tent closest to me was then lifted off the ground and shaken back and forth. We both started yelling, and the tent was dropped. I immediately grabbed my light and small machete and went outside. Nothing. Nobody around. Just us in the middle of the night along the coastline. My girlfriend was panicking at this point, so we literally picked up the tent with everything in it, threw it in the back of my truck, and just got out of there. After that happened, I talked to locals and said stories like this were not uncommon at all. If you look up McKenzie State Park, you'll find many different stories related to the park being haunted. We are definitely not the only ones to have heard people outside of our tent and have our tent messed with. And needless to say, we never camped there again. My best friend's parents live on this little dead-end dirt road outside of a real small town. Their house sits on a few acres of land and is mostly woods. About a half a mile down the road lives this old man who grew ginseng for a living. When I was about 16 or so, this guy named Bobby Joe went missing. He was last seen on that road where his mom dropped him off, and no one had any idea where he went. My friend and I used to walk up on those woods all the time, and there was a rumor around town that Bobby was trying to steal that old man's ginseng plants, then ran off and was hiding in the woods. So what else does a stupid teenager decide to do other than go investigate? There was a trail that we always walked on that was a good 20-minute hike from my friend's house. So we stayed on that same trail looking for any signs of someone camping out or something. All of a sudden, in the middle of the daylight, we heard a man yelling help from a distance. We just stopped and stared at each other and froze. We heard it over and over again, and could still hear it from the distance, even as we were running back to his house as fast as we could. They found Bobby's body the next day, buried on that man's property. He had been shot twice, and his arm was ripped off from where his body had been removed. The old man only spent a little bit of time in jail because he hadn't told the police up front that he killed him. Definitely one of the scariest things that has ever happened to me. I was a leader of backpacking trips in upstate New York for people ages 14 through college-age individuals. Once, I was leading a group of 14-year-old boys on a bushwhack, off-trail hiking, navigating with a map and compass, from one trail set to another. While deep in the woods, we look up and see that we've all but walked into a pretty elaborate hunting shelter that had intense camouflage and well-constructed insulated walls in a semi-permanent canvas tent. We were hesitant at first, but it looked like no one was using it, so we decided to take a closer look. The inside was pretty filled with old gear, but it also had some equipment that was in pretty good repair. We left the site after marking it on our maps to alert the rangers, as camps like that are illegal in the state park where we were hiking. After the trip, we contacted the ranger's office, and they said they'd be out in the next few days to destroy it. Well, my friend and I knew there as a decent bit of good gear to salvage. So on our day off, we decided to hike back in and see if we could get any of the gear before it was taken by the rangers. We hiked back, following our old bearing in reverse, and found the shelter no problem. The only issue was when we got there, all the newer gear was gone. There were even rings in the dust where the camping stove had been. We turned to leave, and there was the largest buck that I have ever seen in my entire life. 9 or so points, standing, blocking our way back. The buck saw us and kind of puffs his chest out. We stood calm and tall, facing the buck for about 3 to 5 minutes that felt like hours. It starts to dip his head and make threatening sounds. So we decided to pick up some nearby sticks and wave them around, yelling, in hopes that it scares this guy away. Eventually, the buck grunted and walked away very slowly, with his chest still puffed out. The relief was wonderful. Admittedly, this didn't happen during a camping trip, but I do camp a fair bit as well. I was in Yosemite with my dad, doing a pretty strenuous 5 to 6-ish mile hike loop, up to some waterfalls while staying in a cabin within the park. So, kind of like diet camping. Maybe halfway up the cliff/mountain/ridge, we hear this weird raspy chirping and meowing noise. Definitely a baby animal. It sounded very close, maybe a dozen or so yards away. We could hear it over the fairly loud gurgling of a nearby creek. My dad and I froze and looked at each other. Literally, 2 hours before, we saw a mountain lion, warning, and were joking about my dad fighting one off with his hiking stick. Now it was less funny because it was a distinct possibility. We walked the next mile or two with me walking backwards behind my dad, so we couldn't get ambushed in case the mother was around. We couldn't relax the rest of the hike, even though the waterfall ended up being spectacular. We get back to our cabin and look up baby cougar cries on YouTube. And yeah, that's exactly what we heard. I'm not sure how defensive those cats are of their young, but knowing there was absolutely a mountain lion within 6 miles of us that may want to eat us or would see us as a threat against its cubs, no thanks. I'll never forget the cold fear that I felt when I first heard those meows, even though realistically, we weren't in much immediate danger. I've had a few of what could be considered paranormal experiences in my life, but this was the most recent and unnerving. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love to hunt and camp around Francis Marion and Sumter National Forest. Back in 2018, I took my young son and dog out to a remote area in the National Forest to test out a new camper shell on my recently purchased truck. We found a secluded area off of a dirt road, made dinner, and then packed it in for the night as soon as it got dark. At around 11 p.m. at night, I sat up and looked out the back of the truck due to my dog growling. In the distance, I saw what looked like hundreds of small white balls of light darting around, then hovering for a few seconds and slowly converging to our campsite. They looked just like the dust orbs that you see on videos, but these were producing light in a completely dark forest. They soon surrounded my truck. Seemed like hundreds of them. They were a soft white light, and they didn't blink. Lightning bugs were out early evening, but those were yellow and blinking. After 30 minutes of them floating around and concentrating to us, I finally worked up the nerve to open the truck and lit a lantern, and they promptly disappeared. After turning off the lights and locking back up, they came back. My son was fast asleep, thank goodness. I watched them until I finally fell asleep around 1 a.m. The next morning, when we tried to leave, the battery was dead on the new truck. There wasn't any lights in the back cab where we would have used any power. A week later, I had to replace the electric control module. Not sure if that was relevant info, but I thought I would add it. Has anyone had a similar experience? Just thinking about them again makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My roommate slash bestie and I decided to go on a cross-country road trip where we spent whatever savings we had doing whatever the heck we wanted for nearly 2 weeks. After finally returning home the next week, we found out that there was a huge storm brewing in the Gulf. Being dumb college kids, our parents made us evacuate with them. My dad worked at a local hospital in the suburbs, and everyone was required to go through the storm, but they were allowed to bring their families. My mom, dad, and I packed up and planned to stay at the hospital. The usual hurricane plan was to hold up for a few days until the storm blew over. This was different. The storm passed. Levees broke. Chaos ensued. We were terrified, sure, but we knew my parents' house was safe, as we had a pretty good view of the surrounding neighborhood from atop the hospital parking garage. Compared to other stories of horror, we lived like kings. The hospital ran on a generator, so we never lost power, and we were never without food and medicine. Crazy stuff ensued, of course. Dogs were rescued and operated on since doctors were kind of bored at this point. Parties were had. All the while, the surrounding city was decaying. When the waters went down, people were able to return home. My parents' home in Mimicry was unharmed aside from small damages, but totally livable. My college house with my roommate had water up to my second-floor bedroom. I was able to salvage most of my things, but my friend lost everything. Turns out, a family must have held up there for a bit, as I found diapers, candles, car keys, etc. The only things looted from my home were essentials: soaps, towels, and blankets. The only jewelry stolen from all of my valuables was a metal cross, which I believe they may have needed, so that's totally cool. Turns out, my house was marked as having a dead body upstairs. Probably my room, and probably why my comforter was gone. After recovering a bit and moving in with my parents in the weeks after the storm, I began to make the most ridiculous, stupid money ever made, as restaurants were cash only. This did create a sort of screwed up lifestyle, but I cleaned up my act. My dad was working at the Windsor Court Hotel pre-storm, and when it hit, he and a selection of the staff were on the premises. They spent the bulk of the storm moving priceless pieces of art to locations to keep them safe from any potential damage to exterior walls and the resulting exposure. He said the first night after the storm had passed, he went up to one of the higher floors and looked out. He says it like this: "Man, it was crazy seeing the city like that. No lights, but an occasional beam from a flashlight or something like that, and quiet. No cars, no music, no people, just the occasional gunshot and someone hollering. It was just big and dark and gothic, like a Batman movie." He said that it was unreal to see, but he realized the wheels had come off when he was looking out a ground floor window at a Subway restaurant across the street, and a man threw a trash can through the front window, and then a moment later he set the store on fire. The arsonist then screamed and ran through the street like it was the best thing ever. My dad then went on to say, "It was right there. I was thinking, oh boy, what's stopping this guy from killing me?" The National Guard came by not too long after. He told the staff that they were all going ASAP. He said they drove out in a line of cars like elephants walking through a dark forest with trunks holding tails. And once he got out of the city, he drove up to Baton Rouge where I lived. He was shell-shocked for a few weeks thereafter. I was a new kid in the USA for the first time, and we settled in New Orleans from the jungles of Borneo about 3 years prior to the hurricane. As there aren't many natural disasters in Borneo, we were pretty freaked out by hurricanes, so moved away every time something came close. When the hurricane hit, I was around 10 years old enough to know what it is and how serious everything was, yet not yet old enough to really understand. Basically, I saw the whole thing as a big adventure, where I got a week off school. I only really grasped the loss and devastation to the whole community years later, upon reflection. Anyways, about a week prior to the hurricane, my dad was thinking, oh no, not another one, because we have been there for a few years. The only difference was that the projected path for Katrina was headed straight for us, but usually it turns last minute. 3 or 4 days prior was when people started worrying, and I remember Dad said to me that this one was going to be a bit more serious than the rest. Mom was not in the US at the time, so just me and Dad. When the city ordered a mandatory evacuation, Dad was like, "Yep, pack your things, let's go." I remember putting all of my favorite toys on the top shelves and leaving the old ones closer to the bottom, just in case of flooding. I put most other things on my bed and took a collection of 20 stuffed animals, which I insisted I need with me in the car. I don't know what Dad was thinking, but he kept telling me this was serious, but ended up leaving really important documents, such as the passport, his master's diploma, etc., in the house. Anyways, with my treasure secured, I loaded everything into the car and prepared for the 6-hour drive to Houston. We had a family friend in Houston, which we could go and live with. At the time, we also knew several other families in the area from the church we went to, so we called them up and were going to leave for Houston together. Everywhere we went, everyone would have their TVs set to the news or the weather station. There would be constant updates on the wind speeds of Katrina and path projections, etc. So there was supposed to be 5 families, which left together, but when 3 of us grouped, the other 2 called and said they needed more time packing. At this time, we hear that the freeways are getting pretty packed, so our 3 families decide to leave first. Cue long and boring drive, lots of traffic and endless road. What usually takes 6 hours to drive took us 8. Luckily, we had enough gas, food, and water and everything, and made it to Houston after a long day drive. We were one of the first among our friends to make it there. After we arrived in Houston, the family friends showed us where we would stay, and the adults congregated downstairs to watch more news weather. Us kids actually set up board games upstairs. There were around 7 to 8 of us then, and had lots of fun, so time passed pretty quickly. After almost half a day, we see another family arrive. They left an hour after we did, and apparently took 10+ hours to drive from New Orleans due to the traffic buildup. The last family arrived middle of next day. Turns out the roads were closed and they had to detour north. Their overall journey took 20+ hours, and they left around 2 or 3 hours after we did. In total, there were between 30 to 50 people living in the same house, including children. So for the next week, we kids sort of enjoyed an extended sleepover where we would actually do lots of fun things in Houston City. We went ice skating, went to a park, and also I remember jumping on this huge trampoline. I think this was necessary for the adults to de-stress, because otherwise they were all just downstairs watching the news. After a few days, Dad told me that the hurricane hit New Orleans, and then the atmosphere calmed a bit. I remember that we kept checking Google Maps satellite view because we wanted to know whether our house was still there or not. It looked the same for a few days, but after about a week, we saw that the huge tree in our backyard
fell onto a part of the house, so there would be some damage, but otherwise it was still there. After 1 week, we heard that New Orleans was struck pretty bad, and were told that we could not go back. Even just to take our stuff, we'd have to wait until the area is secure. Dad and most of the other families decide to move out and find apartments in Houston and enroll me in a school. After 1 month, Dad leaves for a few days with all his friends to New Orleans. By this time, Mom flies back to the US to take care of me. Dad did not want me to go, because it was still pretty dangerous due to the looting, and I did not want to get an injection anyways, so I stayed home. He left for the day and came home later with lots of stuff, including his documents. He told me that our house was pretty alright. We had 4 inches of flooding, but there was moss and mold everywhere. I learned that while our house was good, one of the families we lived with had lost their whole house with more than 9 feet of flooding. While all the other families came back with stuff, their car was empty. Other than that, another family which just moved to the US was also having a bad time, because they did not have time to buy insurance before the hurricane. While they had minimal flooding, because they were so inexperienced with hurricanes, they actually thought it would be like a day trip and went to stock up their fridge before, and when they went back, the house stank. Anyways, we got along for the next few months in Houston. Parents sorted out all the insurance and everything, while I just focused on school. I remember being quite amazed at how friendly all the adults were to me. I got free meals, some senior citizens club knitted blankets for us, and there was just lots of support. After a few months of school, we had a break where we went back to New Orleans to stay at a friend's place for a week. They were away, and we helped them look after the house. We visited all the places we used to go, and saw basically the aftermath of the hurricane. My old school was completely flooded over, and many of the house's restaurants were destroyed and/or closed. While lots of repairs had already started, you can still see parts of the city which were like ghost towns. About a week into staying at the house, we came back to the house to find a tank blocking the street. We were confused, and some police officers just told us we had to turn back and find someplace else to stay that night. We went to live within another friend's house and kept looking at the news wondering what happened. Only the next morning did we hear that the direct neighbor was a veteran who had mental issues and apparently holed himself in his house and started shooting randomly. We heard that he had run out of medication and just went crazy. When we went back the following morning, we saw blast marks around the outer walls of his house and broken windows, etc. The door to our friend's house was opened, and some of the furniture had been rearranged, so we guessed that the police/military used it in some way. Mostly it was the furniture near the windows facing the neighbor. This specific incident for me highlighted how different New Orleans was now, and also the difference between it and Houston straight after the hurricane. After 1 year, we left the United States because Dad was posted elsewhere. Only late last year did we visit New Orleans again. We met many of the neighbors which we did not see for 8 years, and saw that the city was doing really well in terms of rebuilding. The parts which we visited were as they were before the hurricane, and I got to visit my old school and the library which I used to hang out. Overall, even though I did not really understand the hurricane, it did really show me how impermanent life can be. While I believe we were very fortunate compared to most, it did force me to grow up a bit. At the same time, the experience showed me how amazing some people can be, and how even very simple things such as a blanket during the ordeal could make it all seem much better. I still have that blanket with me, and am using it while I type. That's my story. Hope I didn't bore y'all too much. Thanks for reading. This is something I've never really talked about before. I was living on the West Bank at the time and worked on Chupatopolis Street as a line cook. I was sent home that morning and remember thinking this is just another hurricane scare. No big deal. My mother was a nurse on the West Bank. We decided it would be best to stay at the hospital to weather out Katrina. I don't remember much from the hurricane,
but the week that followed was one of the most formative experiences for myself, and certainly made me more appreciative of the relative normality that I enjoy day to day. Help was extremely slow coming. I was volunteering around the hospital as the staff dwindled to a skeleton crew. Nurses, medical doctors, aides all left to be with their families and check on their homes, but none of them returned. No police presence whatsoever. At night, I would go up to the roof and watch the fires burning out of control across the river. We were the only functional medical facility in New Orleans proper. Some patients requiring life support made their way to us early on. Our hospital was the last one with electricity. People were walking across the bridge from the devastated East Bank, attracted to the light of our building. I remember staff turning people away, back into the pitch black city because we couldn't take anyone else in. They looked like the real Walking Dead. We heard reports of savage R-wording and murders happening in the Superdome and Convention Center. It sounded like the bowels of hell to me. The manager of a Walmart gave one of the hospital admins the key to the store so that we could freely loot it. I remember really respecting him and wondered if it was Walmart policy or if he was just being a good human. I helped put a man in a body bag. A friend of mine drove in Rambo style from Baton Rouge to get me out. Jacked up truck, AR-15, tactical this and that. The whole prepper package. I stayed with him for a few days before getting a ticket to Philly. I left Louisiana to never return. But overall, I had it pretty easy compared to the other hellish stories that I hear. I've lived in Houma all of my life. My family had stayed through Andrew when I was younger. I figured Katrina was just going to be another storm. A few years later, Ivan was supposed to go up the mouth of the river, but returned at the last minute. I figured this would be no different. The Sunday before, I was in the Superdome for the preseason game against the Ravens. I remember seeing Bob Brett, local meteorologist, on the big screen with the storm on the radar in the background. Everyone booed. I remember driving home having this odd feeling. When it became evident that it wasn't going to turn, I packed up and headed a little north. Everyone else I knew had evacuated. I had heard horror stories of 16 to 20 hours to get to Houston. I decided to go to my mother's about an hour north in Donaldsonville, west to southwest of New Orleans. The storm was intense. The neighbor lost their roof. My mother lost multiple trees, one nearly falling through the center of the house that we were in. My truck, parked near her front door to protect her home from any damage, would slightly lift off the ground and move a little with the wind. The noise was like a constant freight train for hours. This was one of the only times in my life I've actually been afraid for my life. After the storm, we spent the next few days clearing out my mother's backyard. You couldn't walk through it with all the fallen trees. On the third day, I figured if I was going to be hot and nasty, no power or cold showers, I might as well be hot and nasty in my own home. On the drive home, I started to realize the gravity of what had just happened. I was far enough inland that flooding wasn't a problem, but the wind had caused mayhem. I had to drive around 100-year-old oaks thrown across the highway. Power lines were folded like toothpicks. We listened to the radio, and we had heard about the New Orleans being flooded, but we didn't get it. Friends who had evacuated had told us about the flooding, and we were, yeah, water, no big deal. When I finally got home, I turned on the generator, flipped on the TV, and it really sunk in. People on roofs, their homes like islands in a sea. They were already trying to repair the levees, but the damage was clear. New Orleans looked like a total loss. I didn't think it would ever recover. All of the towns south of us had flooded out, with families losing everything. Uma had fared pretty well, minus the wind damage to a few brick storefronts. We dealt with no power for about a week before things started to go back to normal for us. A couple weeks after the storm, I drove through New Orleans on the way to Florida, and I will never forget the landscape. The fact that New Orleans has recovered as well as it has is a testament to the resiliency of its residents. My story happened on my 50th birthday. My wife and sons asked what I wanted to do for my birthday. My expected answer was a weekend on Long Beach Island, New Jersey. The town of Beach Haven is where my favorite hotel is. It was June 7th, 2012. It was a beautiful beach day, so the four of us walked to the beach to set up our things for the day. As the day goes on the west side of the island, we could all see a dark gray weather front approaching the area. We've seen this kind of weather many times over the years. As the front approached, we could see far west to the mainland on New Jersey, which was clear and beautifully blue. So we figured the front would be around 15 minutes as it passes. As the front was over us, it started to lightly rain. My wife and I tucked in under an umbrella, and my sons continued playing catch. The rain continued, and then it started to get windy, so I brought the umbrella down to block the wind. My wife and I were dry and blocked from the wind. We were happy knowing this will be over in minutes. Well, no warning, no area thunder. A bolt of lightning blinded us like a flashbulb, hitting the umbrella I was holding, and sizzle boom I call it. I felt the lightning travel through my left arm into my chest, and then out of my feet into the sand. I yelled some choice words. My wife and I were talking and moving my arms and legs, so I looked okay. About 15 seconds went by, and again, boom, another bolt hit down the beach about 100 feet away from us. Panic set in, so we all ran off the beach, left everything behind except for car keys, jumped in the van and drove back to the hotel. I had a very large glass of vodka and couldn't believe what had happened. When I finished my drink, we all went back to our beach spot, and our phones and my wallet were still there. The sun came back out. I was sore for a few days, and now I have a new respect for thunderstorms. Happy birthday to me.
In 2010, I had a day that changed my life forever. My wife and I took our boat offshore to the east side of Cape Lookout, NC, where we always had great fishing catches. That day, we went to the Atlas tanker wreck east of the shoals off the Cape, and then to my favorite hard bottom offshore of Chicken Rock.
Our first drop, we both caught huge groupers that had their heads out one end and tails out the other of our 151 quart cooler.
The next drop resulted in two more the same size, completing our limits. It was time to go home. The day was so calm I had rolled up the curtains on our T-top so we could move faster. As soon as we got close enough to see the lighthouse, I saw a sight that chilled my blood. A front had moved in, and a purple-black storm cloud stretched as far north up the beach as far as we could see, and ran a solid, deadly line south, disappearing in the rain that fell from it in torrents. Orange bolts of lightning danced down its entire ugly face. Uglier still was the massive waterspout sitting on the offshore sandbar that formed the southern side of the slough, where we would need to cross the shoals to get home. By now, the wind had picked up to more than 40 knots. The seas were a wind-whipped nightmare. My wife held the bow, and I fought my way to the locker under the bow cap and got us life jackets that we helped each other into as the temperature crashed and we were engulfed by pelting torrents of hail. Somehow I managed to drop my front curtain, providing limited shelter from the blasting hail, rain and sand being sucked from the bottom. As I attempted to jog to my right to get around it, I saw a smaller twister directly in my path, cutting off our escape. The next moments were a blur as I prayed that my wife would survive. The swirling wall of wind-fueled ice blew the big old hull on its side, and I felt a super hot flash and was momentarily blinded. Suddenly we were through the worst of it, and I regained my control of the steering and, using my GPS plotter, followed my outgoing track across Cape Point. It was still pouring buckets of icy cold rain mixed with hail nut. We were through the worst of it. Standing in a freezing slurry of several inches of accumulated hail, still getting blasted by more, I managed to get our side curtains down and resumed our course down Shackleford with lightning crashing all around us. With a couple of miles to go back to Rough Point at the entrance to Beaufort Inlet, I made a hard right turn, causing my wife to ask where the heck I was going. "I'm getting close enough to see the beach," I replied, "because if another one of those things gets us, I'm driving us on the beach and we're going to run for it." As we got to the inlet, the front cleared the coast and it turned into a bluebird clear day. It wasn't long before I had the boat on the trailer and we were in the warmth of the truck heading home. As I dried out, I started to smell singed hair. Looking down, I noticed the burns on my left arm and a second burn on my left shin, a couple of inches above my ankle. Looking at my face in the rearview mirror, I gasped and pulled over, because the singed hair and red flash burns over the left side of my face told me what the hot flash I'd felt during the waterspout had been. My wife is an RN, with all the cardio qualifications, so I felt confident when I asked her if I should stop at the hospital to get checked out. I decided to go on home because my heart was fine, and they'd probably keep me overnight for observation, and they don't serve beer. It's a good sea story now, but it was the last trip I took on my boat. The beginning of changes I could never foresee.
I still have PTSD, or at least a deeper understanding of folks that do. I was trying to seek shelter in the shark encounter outside viewing area at a theme park because it had a large cover, but was denied. So I went to stand under the shark feeder that happened to be next to the flagpole. Lightning struck the flagpole and then me. It came in through my left hand and exited out of my right foot. I was taken to a hospital in Orlando, Florida. I was 24 years old and a mom studying to become a nurse when I was struck. I've suffered long-term issues, including chronic severe pain, swelling in my lower extremities, heart problems, severe headaches, and fatigue. I don't know what life has in store for me, but it's 7 years later, and I'm still in horrendous pain, and doctors have no idea how to help me. I was on my way back from volunteering at a festival in Denmark when the weather turned wild. My friend, who's frightened of thunderstorms with reason, apparently experienced my ignorance. You never get struck by lightning. I got off the train in the middle of Copenhagen and considered myself quite safe, considering that taller buildings were surrounding me and that it's a rare phenomenon to get in a large city. So I went to unlock my bike to start my journey home, not knowing that the second I stood up against the pylon my bike was locked against, the lightning would strike into the pylon. I experienced conduction, with the lightning traveling through the pylon, my bike, and then me. The seconds seemed like forever, and all I remember clearly is myself screaming very loudly, a power going through me, and being surrounded by intense white and purple colors, as if you were traveling in a spaceship faster that light.
That's how crazy the colors looked. I didn't faint. Luckily, otherwise, my heart most likely would have stopped, or I would have experienced heart problems. The shock you experience when something so unreal happens to you is indescribable, and you're overwhelmed with sadness, ridiculousness, confusion, laughter, and luck. I called the ambulance myself when my arm started to tingle, spasm, and tense up in unreal ways, also seeing as I thought it would be safer to get checked by medical experts. A fast trip to the hospital turned into an overnight stay with long needles and company consisting of elderly folk being positive about their heart problems. They did not expect a 19-year-old girl as a roommate for the night. That was sure. I was released with the comment that nothing is wrong, but you might experience some psychological trauma. I experienced way more than that. It may have been because of the psychological trauma, but no doctors in Denmark had knowledge of what exactly the symptoms are from getting struck by lightning. No one really knows how to deal with it. This was the biggest realization for me. It was not as normal as having PTSD from a car accident or other trauma. It runs deeper because you start to question the health of yourself. At first, I thought everything was fine. Of course, my muscles and nerves were more tense than ever, but I was in school, stressed, and carried heavy books every day, a more reasonable cause than your safety system still alarming yourself. I went to physical therapists, acupuncture, psychologists, chiropractor, and spoke up about my feelings and symptoms, yet nothing seemed to help permanently. Thinking back, I realized I've been way more affected than I thought so. I've experienced what I realize may have been a slight depression, had a personality change from extroverted to closing myself off from others. I've struggled sleeping and felt like I was fainting, fatigue not being uncommon by now. I'd never really experienced headaches before, and now they occur more often than pleasant, not knowing if it's because of the muscles tensing up or because there's actually something wrong. The uncertainty makes you go into a spiral of anxiety where you overthink whether the tingling in your legs, arms, and fingers come from something way more critical than just muscle tension. Your heart beats fast and suddenly goes faster. You think you're suffering from a heart attack or high blood pressure. It all blends together, and you experience an unusual anxiety attack where you still function, but with less concentration, more introverted, and more tired. Your body working on extra high alert exhausts you in a way only people with experience can imagine. The incident changed me, and it's debatable whether it was for the better or worse. You are forced to look into yourself and question the actions of your body, but it also limits you to do things you would have been able to do before. Getting struck by lightning is such a rare incident that no one really knows how to act around you when you experience changes, and medical experts have such little knowledge about the symptoms that they have a hard time guiding you. I'm sure other victims of electrical shocks and lightning shocks will have had similar experiences.
A few months ago here in Houston, Texas, I was indirectly hit by lightning. I was standing at my back door, inside. The door was closed, but my hand was on the metal door frame when I was hit. I went to the emergency room via ambulance and didn't have burns, just bruises and chest pain, and weakness on the right side of my body, which the jolt went through. I was released after being admitted for about 13 hours and was told that I might have some late side effects, but never told what that would be. I've noticed the past few weeks that I get random brain fog and memory loss. Like yesterday, I forgot the name of a song that I had just learned how to play and how to actually play it. My husband had to show me a video of myself playing it in order for me to remember. Things like this keep happening. I was supposed to follow up with a neurologist, but with no insurance and over $30,000 in medical bills, I can't even afford to pay. It's just not feasible. I was hit by lightning while playing in my backyard with bow and arrows shooting targets. I was holding arrows in my hand with metal tips near my ear, bending over to pick up more arrows when lightning hit me. I still have some hearing loss and ringing in my ears. My story falls under the category of ironic. It was my last day of living in Florida. I was in career transition, leaving the chief meteorologist post at WJKS in Jacksonville to become the weekend meteorologist at WEWS in Cleveland. It was a typical late summer Saturday afternoon. The cumulus towers were starting to build, and the thunderstorms would soon arrive. The moving vans had just departed, and we were putting the final touches on cleaning the house. My job? Vacuuming the living room. I heard the first clap of thunder, and then the downpour began. For those of you that have never experienced an afternoon thunderstorm in Florida, here's how they typically work. There's lightning and thunder, torrential rain, and occasional gusty winds, all which lasts about 5 to 10 minutes. Then the sun comes out. It's not really a cooling rain, it just makes things more humid. This particular thunderstorm would have been of no concern, but we had a screened-in back porch, and I had left one of the windows open, so the torrential downpour was now soaking the porch's indoor/outdoor carpet. So I shut off the vacuum, opened the sliding glass door, walked across, reached over and grabbed firmly onto the metal window frame to shut it. It was at that point that I looked and saw all the little hairs were standing up on my wrist. I thought to myself, now would be a good time to get out of here. The next thing I know, I'm on my back in the living room. My oldest son, who was about 2.5 at the time, was standing over my face. He said, "Daddy, that was funny. Do it again." Normally I'd laugh, but I couldn't talk. In fact, I was, in the immortal words of Led Zeppelin, dazed and confused. Just then, the door flew open, and my next-door neighbor ran in and asked if everyone was okay. He saw me on the floor and started to assess. He was a sheriff's officer. He started asking me a bunch of questions, and when I finally spoke, I asked, "What happened?" He said, "You must have been struck by lightning. I saw your house get hit. That's why I came over." I sat there for a few moments and finally declared, "There's no way that I just got struck by lightning. I'm a meteorologist." Yes, I really said that. Luckily, I survived. No major damage except for a burn on my back, where we surmised the lightning went up and out of me. The real irony? I was on the Duval County Board of Lightning Safety. I was lucky enough to pass along this story, and act it out, to a couple of thousand school classrooms over my 20-plus years on television. Every so often, I'll run into one of those students who is now all grown up. To a person, they all remember the lightning story and my lightning safety lessons. When you hear thunder, go inside. When you're inside, no baths or showers. Stay off of any cellular phones. And don't hang on to any metal window frames. My name is John. In 2013, when I was 16 years old, I was struck by lightning on Labor Day weekend at my lake house in Gainesville, Georgia. I coded for 4 minutes and 48 seconds. They thought that I was dead. Thank God I got struck while my buddies and I were playing football in a field. There was a doctor, pastor, and a nurse watching us play. There was storms going on that we ignored. When I was directly hit by lightning, the doctor ran out and immediately started CPR and chest compressions. After almost 5 minutes, they were able to revive me and get me to a hospital in time. At the hospital, they put me in a coma to protect my organs and then transferred me to the doctor's hospital in Augusta, Georgia, where I was in a coma from August 31st to September 4th. They said that I would not be able to walk again, but I'm walking and jogging 2 months later. After one more surgery, I'm told that I will be back to 100% after the long recovery process. Then, I will be able to return to high school and my lacrosse team, but I won't be playing in thunderstorms anymore. I have an apartment in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, on top of a 5-story building. It is at the bottom of the major mountain pass and 5 blocks from the beach, so the warm air collides with the cold air from the mountains directly above my building. All summer there are epic storms in Vallarta, and I always seem to be in the heart of the storm, so I always go inside when they begin. I was in my bedroom, with both my front door and back door open. They line up perfectly, laying on my bed and trying to calm down my loving terrier body. He was shaking violently, and I had my hand on his head telling him not to worry. I will keep you safe. Seconds later, looking out my open bedroom door, I see a 4 or 5 foot stream tube of lightning flying through my apartment and splintering in all directions. It seemed like slow motion. The lightning entered into my spine, which was pressed against a wall and left 2 holes in my back, then went into my pet's head, which fried his hearing and vision. He is deaf and blind now. All of the electronics, as well as my refrigerator, phone, internet, etc., exploded or shorted out for good. Many of my Spanish clay roof tiles cracked and fell in. My neighbors on the lower floors rushed up to see what happened. I was in a state of semi-consciousness. My neighbors saw some smoke come out my back from the holes. It took about a week to clear my head, and then the huge changes in me began. I started to know so much, such as when I was being lied to. I could see who was a bad person and predict when things would happen. I would know what the truth was in most situations, even if I was not there. This changed my life dramatically. I dropped so many people out of my life. I had been incredibly social, happy, with hundreds of friends, and all of a sudden I knew who and what was real. I had no more desire to be very social. Many said it was depression or bipolar disorder. The lightning did cause me to have some nerve damage, resulting in a tremor in my hands. Mostly my left, which is my dominant. This hand gets very bad when I am tired, and like many others, I now sleep less and have terrible insomnia. And I am far less patient. I was struck by lightning outside while working as a game warden in Millville, New Jersey. I was in the middle of a tree and my work truck that had a 6-foot aluminum ladder in the back. We were all hit. The tree looked like all the bark flew off where the lightning rolled around the tree. The truck's electronics were fried and I was found in the middle of the truck. I lost conscious for a few seconds, couldn't see anything, then flashes of light, and then my vision came back. I couldn't feel my limbs. I couldn't move them. It seemed like they were not part of my body. My heart rate was erratic, but a CAT test came back okay. I did a follow-up with the doctor. After complaining about my head still hurting, they found a golf ball-sized wound in the back of my head. I lost my career doing what I loved because I can no longer carry a gun. My whole life changed in an instant and will never be the same. I still suffer from the barometric pressure. My head gets heavy, and I don't have the ability to concentrate when there is a storm coming. I don't even watch the news because it just stresses me out, knowing I won't be able to get things done that I need to because of the storm. Resting my head helps, but nothing takes the annoying vibration sensation that goes on in my head. For the first 2 years, it was a long, slow recovery. I'm still not fully recovered. I lost my ability to talk right and walk without swaying or falling.
I gave up at one point and just didn't get out of bed for 6 to 8 months. It was just so hard that getting dressed was a huge chore to accomplish. I would constantly throw up or feel sick to my stomach if I moved, so I just chose not to move unless I had to. I had such severe migraines and dizziness every day, all day long. Nothing helped. I felt like that feeling you get when riding in an elevator and it stops. I had that all day. My vision got worse for 6 months. I got a new prescription, and my vision went back to normal.
A doctor diagnosed me as having something wrong with my eyes
And said he could help, but my insurance never approved the treatment. Still, if I move my eyes quickly, I get sick to my stomach. I can only drive on days where it's not that bad. I don't trust myself otherwise.
I'm a lot slower than I once was. I walk slower, talk slower, and think slower.
I used to be pretty fast-paced. My family and friends say that I'm more normal speed now. It doesn't make me feel better though, because when you are used to being one way your whole life, then it drastically changes in an instant. It's hard to cope.
I know I could be a lot worse, and I'm thankful that I came as far as I did.
I try to deal with what I have and make the best of every day, because you never know when your time is up.
Everything happens for a reason.
And I'm trying to figure that out and do the best that I can with what I have. My whole life I used to sit on my porch and watch the storms with my dad. I loved to see Mother Nature's dark, stormy sky roll into my backyard. I still like storms. Not as much as I did due to the complications I get from the weather changing, but they are still beautiful. I definitely have a new respect for storms and an understanding to stay safe.
On Saturday, July 14th, 2012, in Belfair, Washington,
I was in an open field setting up the sound system for an outdoor event. There was a lightning storm in the hills around us, but I didn't think anything about it. I don't remember the lightning strike or the loud thunder that soon followed, but I was later told that a lightning bolt struck 2 trees behind the facility, debarking one in a spiral pattern and split the other in half. It appears it then traveled through the ground to the transformer box, where the PA system I was working was hooked up. I was holding my iPod in my left hand, which was attached through a cord in the power amp. All of a sudden, I felt a horrendous shock go through the tips of my fingers and up my arm. Then my chest muscles felt like they were pulled out and snapped back like giant rubber bands, launching me out of my chair. When I came to, my left arm was burning like hot pins and needles, and my chest muscles were in spasms. My heart was beating fast and erratic. At first, I thought I was having a heart attack. When I came to, people were screaming, "We got hit." I only remember bits and pieces of the event afterwards. I remember holding my arm to my chest in pain and looking down at my right shoe and wondered why there was a hole in it. There wasn't one when I put it on earlier that day. Power and communications were blown out to the facility, and they had to run off emergency generators for the event. Later on in the day of the strike, I noticed a large bruise appeared on the front and the back of my left bicep muscle. It was not there before, so it's possible that the voltage went up my arm and maybe exited a little out of my bicep muscle front and back, then traveled into my chest. A friend looked at my shoe and said the voltage had to ground somehow, and it must have traveled down and exited out of my shoe, causing the hole. The next day, I felt like my heart was running a marathon, but I thought it was just an adrenaline rush. 2 days later, I woke up and drove to work feeling really disoriented. I reported the event to my supervisor and was told to fill out an electronic accident report. I couldn't figure out how to complete the form, so I contacted the safety officer. He said he heard about the lightning strike and offered to help me complete the accident report. After that, he drove me to the hospital to get checked out. The doctor told me I was very lucky to be alive. They mentioned and the full effects might not be evident for up to 10 or more days. The strangest things started to happen with my body. Before the strike, I was also dealing with severe back pain, but after the strike, I was virtually pain-free except for the pins and needles in my fingertips and spasms in my chest. No pain in my back or anywhere else. I remember first feeling like I was like a squirrel on a wheel because I couldn't slow my heart rate. After it slowed down, I experienced feelings of confusion. I got lost in my own house, and at times I didn't even know where I was or what I was supposed to do. I would start things and forget to finish. I had to relearn how to the simplest chores, like grocery shopping. I would be driving and not remember what exit to take or where I was at a given time. I was a master at multitasking, but for months afterwards, I had problems doing even one thing at a time. At work, I would sit and stare trying to remember what to do. As the days progressed, the fog started to clear. As my brain became clearer, the pain returned more intense than ever. I remember waking up 16 days later and I could hardly put on my shoes. I decided to go to urgent care. The doctor looked at my arm and referred me to an occupational therapist for treatment. The pain was debilitating. All I wanted to do was lay down and sleep. My energy level has since improved, but I still deal with chronic pain and depression. This experience changed my life, and I have a whole new respect for the power of lightning. If you can hear it,
Seek cover, and don't go near electrical appliances or devices. I live in the deadliest state for lightning, Florida. Unfortunately, I let a friend talk me out of using my better judgment one day. We were in Naples, Florida, enjoying a day at the beach. I saw the storm coming from the glades and told him several times that we needed to leave. Being from the northwest, he didn't believe me. Finally, the thunder was very close and we started to leave. A bolt struck in the grassy area beside us, and I was struck by a secondary finger. It ran through my body and out of my toe without leaving damage. 2 days later, I began feeling lethargy and a growing headache. A trip to the ER revealed a concussion. I definitely learned my lesson. Hello, my name is Jennifer. I live in Pensacola, Florida, and I was struck by lightning on June 21st, 2003. The weather was rainy. However, there was no thunder or lightning. My husband and 12-year-old son were outside on our covered patio when lightning and thunder hit at the same time directly over our brick home. My husband said that the flash was bright and the thunder sounded like a cannon going off. He hurried my son and himself into the house, only to find me at my stove with lightning running through my body and out of my front legs. I was on our phone when lightning entered through my left ear, traveled down my body, and out the front of my legs. The lightning formed a big orb around my legs and then dissipated into the floor. The phone was shot out of my hand and into the pot on the back burner of the stove. I had discoloration to both fronts of my lower leg area and bruising. However, no burns and only one blister. The phone ironically still works. However, the charge was drained out of it. My stove works. There were no burn marks found anywhere in or around the outside of the house. However, the garage door opener was fried. It hurt like heck. My joints were brittle and were going to break if I moved. However, I was able to communicate and move my body. My husband took me to the hospital, and on the way to the hospital, I started twitching slightly and feeling cold from the inside out. I went into seizures approximately 30 minutes after the strike, and they lasted about 3 hours. I spent a couple of days in the hospital. I was left unable to walk on my own, but could move all of my muscles. My vision was blurry for weeks. Now I'm able to focus better. However, my eyes feel strained continually. Headaches and tremors are frequent, and thankfully decreasing in the intensity and frequency. Everything in my body was shaking for weeks, and I was cold continually. It took 6 weeks to feel warmth again in my body. I'm able to walk now and am in physical therapy 3 days a week. I have memory loss, vision problems, hypersensitive hearing, numbness, and all-over weakness. I'm so thankful to be alive and know that I am blessed to still be here. I'm in the process of applying for a new job and started contacting various places to see if they were hiring and sending in my resume. About 3 weeks ago, I got a text from a director saying that texting would be easier to keep in touch about filling out my application and setting up interviews. I ended up meeting with him twice, one to see the facility and two for an interview, about 2 weeks ago. Since then, he's passively said things such as how pretty I am, that I would be a perfect fit, etc., but no actual updates on the job. He's also tried asking me out multiple times, but he tries to make it seem like we would be talking about the job. I've tried not to reply as much as possible, and have been ignoring him because I don't want to work with someone like that. Yesterday, he messaged me to tell me that he was sending flowers to my apartment building. I never gave him my address directly, but it was on my application. I said thanks, and then ignored him because I was freaked out. Today, he asks if we could meet up for coffee because he's in my neighborhood. I didn't respond. About 2 hours later, I took my dog for a walk, passed by a coffee shop that is 2 streets over from my apartment building, and he was sitting in a booth right next to the window. We didn't make direct eye contact, and I honestly couldn't tell exactly if it was him. I kept walking, and he almost immediately texted me, asking if that was me that he's just saw. / did I want to come back to the coffee shop? I didn't reply. I live in a huge city, so what are the chances that he was at a coffee shop in my neighborhood, that close to my apartment just by chance? Was he just waiting for my response that whole time? Am I being paranoid about being stalked? Sorry if this is all over the place. And I'm posting from a burner because you can tell what city I live in from my regular account. I'm a 21-year-old girl taking her first backpacking trip around the world. I only arrived in Thailand 2 days ago, and it was unfortunate that I almost got kidnapped on my first night. I went to Bangla Road, which is well known, and had a few beers at a bar, and then went to the popular club Illusion. I was having a good time, dancing and meeting people. In the club, I only had 3 drinks, tequila and orange juice. But at some point, I realized that I was a lot more drunk than expected. I don't know if it was spike, but I was dumb and had my drink on the table next to me while I was dancing, and it was very crowded. In total, over the space of 3 hours, I only had 2 beers plus 3 tequilas. Usually, that's an okay amount for me to be aware. I went to the bathroom and felt very intoxicated and threw up. Upon leaving the bathroom, a guy who I do not know grabbed my arm. He seemed young, and I asked him what he was doing. He said he would help me down the stairs. After we got down to the road, he dragged me down to an alley and put me in his car. I was really scared at this point and didn't know how I'd gotten myself into a bad situation so quickly. I'm very small and not very strong, so it was easy for him to take control of me. He started driving, and I kept saying no, 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 and to stop. But he said, "Don't worry, I'm taking you somewhere safe," which in my mind was so scary. I had maps open, and we were driving out of Patong. Finally, after some time, I started telling him that I would throw up all over him and his car if he didn't pull over. This seemed to annoy him and he pulled over. The second he stopped the car, I got out and ran down the street. Luckily, there was a motorbike taxi who asked if I needed a lift, and I jumped on and told him where my hotel was. I could see the guy walking down the road after me as we sped away. I made it back to my hotel safely. Honestly, after that, I'm not going to any bars or clubs alone. I don't trust anyone, and I'm feeling very vulnerable. At least it was a lesson that I need to be a lot more careful. I'm just glad that I made it out okay. I grew up in the 1990s, born in the late 80s, and I remember getting my first bike and starting to explore the area in which I grew up in upstate New York. Where I grew up is much different now in the 90s. It was more rural with clusters of neighborhoods here and there. I lived near an old capped landfill, and the main road connected a lot of semis down to some factories in a neighboring town that was like a 5-minute bike ride. We also had an old Baptist church that was founded by an eccentric former hippie who was really good to the community. My dad, who was a very serious drinker, loved to fish, hunt, etc., with his friend because it gave him an excuse to drink and kill something. But he ended up making this deal with this pastor and the gentleman who owned it a pond behind the church to stock it with fish, as at the time, my dad and his friends started becoming very serious competitive fishers and went in on a boat, which my dad had to sell his share to eventually keep drinking. So, my friends and I had permission to fish there in the summer, and we would go down and swim and stuff like that. I lived easily less than 5 minutes from this pond, and my friends and I go out there one summer day. This was around 1995. My mom had heard on the news a week prior about a wave of kidnappings. I don't remember if Amber Alerts were a thing then, so she decided to make a code word with me. She came to me and told me that if anyone ever tried to convince me that they knew my mom or dad, in hopes to get me in their car, to ask them for the code word. Ours was pickles. So fast forward to our fishing trips. My friends leave before me after we sat around and actually just swam more than anything. My friend Dennis got mad because he was serious about fishing, so he and his brother left, and I was alone on the road. And this road, once you got past this farm, was a straight shot to the main part of town, and our road was on the right just before the road ended. So I get to my road, and I'm about to turn, and I didn't notice that I was being followed by a beige-collared pickup with this Cletus-looking guy from The Simpsons in it. He greets me and tells me that my mom and dad are waiting for us at this local restaurant, which I knew. He tells me that they asked him to come to get me and to meet them there so that we can all have dinner. I immediately thought of what my mom said and started getting this evil feeling like I was in danger. So I told him that my parents specifically have a password that they give their friends, and that if he was their friend, he was required to tell me, at which point he got mad and started swearing at me. Although I didn't see one, but I was certain he had a gun, and he started fumbling in the truck. I turned and started paddling down my road, screaming for help and that I was in danger. He jerked his truck to follow, that I was making too much noise and was already to my house that he just took off. When I got home, my mom was home, and I was hysterical and asked her why she would ask such a mean friend to pick me up. And I told her what happened, and she didn't believe me. And she calmed me down, told me that I did the right thing, but could tell that I was having a hard time. She also grew up in the same town, and nothing like that had ever happened to her. A few days later, a friend of hers told her a similar story about her son on another part of town. The police then were involved, and the cops came and talked to me, and I gave them the same description of the man, the truck, what had happened, etc. I don't know if the guy was ever caught. I used to be very bitter at my mom for not believing me, but I now understand the confusion that she had, and instead of reacting, she just tried to console me and keep an eye on everything. My dad, on the other hand, was more vigilant about it and would ask me all the time when he'd take me out if someone looked like the guy in the truck, and if they looked like the same truck that I saw. I just hope that no other kids were harmed by him. I'm a 30-year-old female, and I used to live in a small neighborhood from ages 13 to 18. This took place when I was around 15. I spent most of my time just walking around the neighborhood, listening to my MP3 player. Wow, I feel old just typing that. There was a guy around the same age as me that lived maybe 5 or so houses down from me. From neighborhood gossip, I learned that he was homeschooled and had been in and out of juvie due to his anger issues. He was almost always outside, and sometimes when I passed his house, he would start following me. I was smart enough to always have my own music down low enough to be able to hear and be aware of my surroundings. At first, I just passed it off, as he ended up walking the same time of day I did. Looking back, I was truly dumb. As time passed, he got closer and closer to me when following, until he eventually decided to come up right behind me. He said some truly heinous things that I will not repeat here. I mean, he was right in my ear when he was talking. I ran home and told my sister. She was basically who raised me. She told me I was lying and to stop making up stories. For a while, I stopped going out walking until I needed the fresh air and exercise, and tried again after maybe 2 months. Sure enough, there he was, and came right up behind me and started to say things again. I turned my music up and ignored him. This is what I continued to do every day until he got tired of me ignoring him, I guess. Because one day, he grabbed my arm. I couldn't get away, and then he grabbed the back of my neck and told me that I should know better than to ignore him. Again, I told my sister. She didn't believe me, and I stopped going out again. 2 weeks later, I woke up to loud bangs on my bedroom wall. There was a garage on both sides of the house, and the wall of my bedroom shared a wall with one of the garages. This garage was unfinished. There wasn't even concrete down, and it was easily accessible from outside, as it was missing the other door at the back of the house. My sister was out of town, and my dad was deaf and bedridden, so it was just me in the house able to do anything. My bedroom also had a door to go outside, so I ran over and locked it. I laid down and waited for the banging to stop, but it didn't. My cousin and her boyfriend lived down the street, so I called her, and she sent her boyfriend down to see what it was. Her boyfriend pulled right into the backyard and right up to the door into the garage. His headlights filled the garage, and out ran the guy from down the street, holding a large knife. He took off running, and my cousin's boyfriend followed. It was at this time that I called the police. They came and took a statement, but there was nothing they could do because other than going into the garage and trespassing, he didn't actually do anything. I never took a walk in that neighborhood again. I still wonder how he knew what wall to bang on. How did he know that I was on the other side of it? How did he know that my sister was gone, or that my dad was bedridden and couldn't do anything? I never locked the door, so had he been able to get into my house, who knows what would have happened? What would have happened if I had gone outside? It still gives me the creeps. So, guy down the street, let's not meet again. This incident took place in the summer of 2023. Last year, I transferred with my company to take a new position in a major Midwestern city. My spouse was still working and living back in California for the next few months. So, I rented a studio apartment for myself in a newly renovated apartment building in a popular downtown neighborhood until we could look for a place together. The apartment was small but nice. It was in a secure building with interior hallways and a nice downstairs lobby. I was one of the first tenants to move into this newly renovated building, and other new residents soon started moving in. A major advantage of this move was that I'd only be a couple of hours' drive from my hometown and my parents. I started my new job, and everything was going great. I was enjoying my new neighborhood, and the neighbors in the apartment building generally kept to themselves like I did. Then, a new guy moved in across the hall, and everything changed. We'll call him David. David was a single man in his 60s, and was very different from the college students and young professionals who lived in our building. I started noticing his erratic behavior almost immediately. I would come home from work, and he would be sitting in his car in our small parking lot, just staring off in the distance. We were having issues that summer with smoke clouds coming over from the vast Canadian wildfires. They were leaving a light dusting of ash on our cars, similar to pollen. David was convinced that someone was spraying this dust on his car and was accusing various tenants he would run into in the parking lot. He would hoard trash in his apartment and leave trash bags in the hallway, causing a foul odor. He would also be yelling to himself in the hallway. I finally had enough and complained to the leasing office. The manager was quick to dismiss my concerns, saying that she'd been in his apartment and everything was fine. In August, my parents' 50th anniversary was coming up, and I was excited to go home and spend a weekend with them. A few days before their anniversary, my boss informed me that he would be flying in to work on an important project with me that would have us working through the weekend. I was really disappointed and felt like I was letting my parents down. But I managed to get away for a quick overnight trip in the middle of the week to see them and get back before my boss was due to arrive. I drove down and spent the night with them. The next morning, I checked my email as I was getting ready to head back. There was an email from my apartment manager in regard to the incident the night before. The email was very vague, but it stated that a resident was dead, and there would be further details coming later. My heart sank and I immediately went pale. My mind instinctively went to my strange neighbor David. I opened up a local news app for my city, and the top story was about an active shooter in my apartment building who was killed during a SWAT team standoff the night before. Apparently, David approached my next-door neighbor in the hallway with a gun and threatened to shoot him. The neighbor ran into his apartment and called 911. David also called 911 and told the dispatcher that his neighbors were hacking his phone, and if the police didn't come, he was going to start shooting people. The police came and tried to talk to David, but he had barricaded himself in his apartment and claimed to be heavily armed. The state police and the SWAT team soon arrived, and David began firing a rifle out his window at anyone he saw in the parking lot below. All of the neighbors on my floor were trapped in their apartments with no way of escape. They had to get down and barricade themselves from the gunfire. There was another building across the street with a direct line of sight into our apartment building. A police sniper took a position in the building across the street and shot David through his window. Then they flew a drone into his open window and confirmed that he was dead with a gun still in his hand. Luckily, no one else was injured. I got home later that day to a bullet-riddled apartment building, and several neighbors who normally didn't speak to each other were hugging and crying and showing each other videos of the incident from their hiding places. I've never been so lucky to have been out of town. If my boss hadn't messed up my plans, I would have been home that night. I'm sorry David didn't get the mental health attention he needed, but he put so many lives in danger. So this started about 2 to 3 years back. I had just experienced a terrible breakup, and I started receiving these disturbing phone calls. It started simple. The first call I answered, and the person on the other end said how much they miss me. Now, I have a very small circle of friends, and I'm not on Facebook or any social site where I update my photos or daily activities. This is important. And I know that the ex that I just split up with had nothing to do with the following. Apologies. It's not short. The first call, like I said, was simple. They said they missed me. I asked who it was, and they said it's me. Don't you remember? So I hung up, and they immediately called back, crying, upset that I was being mean. The caller was clearly an adult male, but they were talking as though they were a very young child, around 6 years old. I hung up again, and they didn't call back. Looking back, I should have blocked the number, but as I mentioned, I just got blindsided by a breakup, and I wasn't thinking very well. Then they kept calling. They would call, and if I didn't answer, they left messages, saying how pretty I looked with my blue sweater that day, or that they knew how I took my coffee now, and said that they would remember it for when we finally went out for a drink together. I blocked the numbers. They would call from another. I answered one day, yelling at them to leave me alone, and hung up again. When they called back, it wasn't the boy, but his mother. She was very upset, said that I was hurting her boy by not wanting to play, and you could very clearly hear the boy crying and screaming in the background. At this point, it dawned on me that this wasn't a joke or a prank or something like that. There was something seriously wrong with these people, and they were obviously watching me. For a few weeks following my breakup, I had to live in my car. The entire time, I hardly slept. I was terrified, thinking that I would wake up one day and see them standing outside of one of my windows. When I finally got a place, he called me to congratulate me, and he couldn't wait to come play. I haven't heard from these people for about a year now, but I checked my phone after a very busy workday and noticed 10 missed calls, and I'm terrified to check my voicemail. I've reached out to cops, but they won't do anything since I haven't been explicitly threatened, and I've been advised to just block calls. I'm going to change my number, but I'm terrified that the calls will continue even after that, and that it will upset them even further. I posted this on the advice subreddit, and people have been kind to reach out with advice and tips, but I feel like I'm living in a horror movie. It was a Friday night, and I had gone to bed early, as I had work on Saturday morning. After reading in bed for a bit, I drifted off at around 10:30 p.m., only to wake up about an hour later to loud screams and people yelling profanities. I thought that my girlfriend was watching a movie with the volume way up, and I went out into the lounge room to ask her to turn it down a little. Instead, the TV was off, and my girlfriend was staring at the front door with her eyes wide. Our apartment is on the ground floor of the building, so our front door opens directly out into the lobby of the building. The voices in question were coming directly from the lobby. I couldn't make out specifics. In my defense, I was half asleep, and the language of the country that I live in is not my first language. But there was a lot of swearing involved. My first thought was that it was some kind of domestic dispute. But after listening, I realized that it was a group of men that sounded extremely aggressive. I looked at the WhatsApp group chat for my apartment building, and to my horror, I saw a message from one of the people in it, that there were armed men in the building, and that we should not leave our flats. The country that I live in is experiencing a marked uptick in crime, and I had heard stories of armed groups of men robbing entire apartment blocks. But these had seemed fairly apocryphal to me. However, that was my first thought, that these men would kick down our door and rob us. One of my dogs started to growl at the commotion outside. I shushed him, and thankfully he obeyed. I heard a commotion in the apartment above me, and went out to my patio to see what was happening. I heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture being knocked over, and women and children screaming in terror. At this point, I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that by now they would have robbed us already, if that is what they had planned to do. My girlfriend and I decided to hide in a small shed at the end of our patio, monitoring the group chat on our phones. Our bigger dog silently stood watch outside of the door of the shed, his eyes locked on the sliding door at the end of the patio. I would find my smaller dog later, cowering between the washing machine and the dryer. After 10 extremely tense minutes, I heard the screeching of tires, signaling what I hoped was the perpetrators fleeing the scene. Eventually, someone in the group chat said that the police had arrived, and breathing a huge sigh of relief, I came out of hiding and opened the front door. Alarmingly, on the floor of the lobby, there were zip ties that had been cut, and the security guard was talking to one of the tenants. The man was bleeding from a large gash on his face and looked extremely shaken. Over the next few hours, the story would unfold. The man that I saw with the gash on his face was the tenant in the upstairs apartment, the one that I had heard the commotion coming from. He was the owner of an import/export business, and for whatever reason had a sizable sum of money in cash hidden in his apartment. Someone had obviously found out about it and planned out the robbery that woke me from my sleep on Friday night. A group of 8 men had followed him into his apartment building's garage and ambushed him as he got out of his car, and judging from the gash on his face, roughed him up a little bit. Some of the group of 8 had gone to the lobby, surprised the security guard and zip-tied him. The remainder of the group had gone up to the apartment, robbed it, and then fled the scene. It's fairly chilling to think that armed men were meters from my front door. So, to the armed men that stormed my apartment building to steal my neighbor's cash, let's not meet. This happened while in my early 20s. My best friend was always getting into some risky stuff. While she did various drugs, I was always more of a pothead. When they said that pot was a gateway drug, I believe it's true to a certain extent with those who have addicted personalities. She definitely developed an addiction issue later on. My friend, her name was Kay, was always down to meet new people. She used to friend random people on Facebook or Instagram. She would ask me to hang out so that when they left, she met people and I was the buffer, just in case they didn't like each other. One day, she came over to my house unannounced and was like, "Hey, let's go to my uncle's house," because her aunt was there, and her aunt had some goods. Her aunts happened to be down the road. Her aunt and her uncle were known as dealers in the area, so we went. When we got there, she was like, "Hey, I met this guy online. He goes by Joey Crack." Then she shows her aunts his pictures, and a wide-set man with a red goofy face, cornrow braids, face tattoos, and a gold grill. I laughed and said, "Wow, Kay, you really know how to pick 'em." She had already invited him over, so upon his arrival, he then comes out of nowhere, just walks right up to Kay, gives her a hug, and everyone else there a kiss on the cheek. This part of town, there was nothing around, just houses, a school, and woods. The closest store was about 20 minutes away, so it struck me as odd that he walked there. So it was me, Kay, her aunt, and the aunt's friend. We sit and get 3 joints in a rotation. By this time, both aunts are high as a kite on coke, and they take a few puffs, then go inside the house, leaving me, Kay, and Joey Crack outside. Joey then starts asking us questions like how we know each other, what we do for a living, etc. It was getting late, so I was telling her that I was wanting to go home. She was like, "No, don't go yet." I told her I was tired and that Joey is weird, and he kept low-key hitting on me. She then tells me that he had asked to sleep with her, and he wanted to ask her if I was down. I laughed it off and said, "Are you crazy?" And after a while of silence, I deflected and heard some noise that was in the darkness. "Did you hear that?" After a bit of small talk between him and Kay, he then learnt that neither of us was interested. It was just a hangout. This then turns the mood. You could feel it. It was suddenly eerie. He got reserved and shifty-eyed. I sat down for a while just to please Kay. At one point, I turned to Joey, knowing that he walked here and it was kind of dark by now. "What are you about to do? Because I'm about to go home and Kay's coming with me." He was like, "I just texted my boy. He's about to come get me." When he was texting, Kay was right behind him, watching him text. Her eyes grew wide and she looked at me. That was silent girl code for what the heck. Kay broke the silence and was like, "Hey, come help me get this thing from inside to bring it out." So I did. We went inside and she was like, "I'm going to call my uncle so that he can take us to your place." And I was like, "Why?" My house was like a 10-minute walk. She said, because when she was looking at Joey's text, he sent to whoever was coming to pick him up the information of all of us here. He noted that our aunts were high on coke, as us along with our age. He was telling his boy to come over to basically rob and R-word us, and called dibs on the blonde one. I was the blonde one. Every hair stood up on my body with the thought of some gross goon trying to have his way with me. I was mad, because she got me into this. We came back out and continued our conversation with him so that he wouldn't get suspicious of us. She mentions out loud that her uncle was on his way home. As he pulls in, a sigh of relief comes over me. They speak briefly, and Joey then departs into the darkness before his ride even shows up. Kay and I get a ride from her uncle to my house. On the ride, we noted how weird Joey was. Later that night, as I was going back to bed, I checked my Facebook, and I have a friend request from Joey and a message. "You're so pretty. I would love to have some alone time with you without your friend." The message ended with his number. I never blocked someone so fast. And after this, Kay didn't learn her lesson, but that's another story for another time. A week later, Joey was in the news. He was wanted for SA, robbery, and drug possession. A bullet well missed on my part. Joey Kratt, let's never meet again. Okay, so for context for this story, I live in a pretty rural area. We live on the outskirts of our town, which already is small compared to the populations of the other towns in California. We're about 15 minutes from the small town and 40 minutes from the main city. We live down a dirt road with some neighbors. Our house has no other fences attached to ours, and on two sides of the house is only fields and dirt roads, one side having a single house in the field. The other two sides have a couple neighbors down other roads, and nobody really interacts out here except my dad talking to two of them sometimes. I was probably 12 when this happened. I had low self-esteem, and I wanted to start exercising more. I had been enrolled in a charter school due to bullying. Yes, that played into my self-esteem, but let's get on with the story. So I didn't really have many ways of exercise besides a treadmill that we owned. I wanted to start getting fresh air too, so my mom suggested that since we live out here, that it would be peaceful to take walks down the back dirt road. I agreed even though I was stubborn about it half the time, but we began walking and usually would go in the mid to late afternoon when it would start cooling down outside, but was still light. In case it got dark, we took our flashlight too. Being out here, it was notorious for stray dogs to sometimes make their way out here, and we would carry pepper spray and a mini bat, just in case one got vicious. However, a dog will play into this story. One day, me and my mom decided to go on a walk in the later afternoon, so me and my mom took off and started walking down the road. When you walk about a quarter of a mile down the road,
you start to come towards a little cross section. There's a road going left to the highway, a road going right to the neighbor's house, or the road goes straight down to a utility road. Me and my mom discussed walking down the utility road to get a good walk in, since it went on for a while. When we started getting to the crossroad, this dog came out of literally nowhere. We were looking at it, and it was in the center of the road staring at us. Me and my mom looked at it, and my mom said that she got this feeling in her stomach that we needed to turn around and walk home. So she grabbed my arm and started leading me back home, and then let go so that we could walk. We were in the midst of walking when she looks ahead and stops to stare at something. I ask what she's looking at, and she points. A white car pulled up to our fence and quickly backed up and shot down the road on the side of our house. Mind you, nobody ever goes down this road except one old man that we know. Anyone else who does usually is scoping out my dad's tools to steal. My mom said she felt a bit uneasy because of it and pulled me to the edge of the dirt road, almost into the field. The car had driven to the highway and left, or so we thought. We continued walking back to our house when this car comes back and drives down the road we were walking alongside. I caught a glimpse, and it was this smaller white car with black tinted windows that you couldn't see through. My mom instantly got a feeling of impending doom and pulled me into the field. Not too far, but far enough. We kept walking through the field towards our house, getting closer now, when this car comes back down the road. My mom stops me in my tracks to see what the car is doing, and it drives back to our house and starts driving around it super fast. For context, we have a random road and area that goes around our yard on our property. My mom waits until the car drives back down the side road, and she tells me we need to start running, so that's what we did. We started running through the field, getting to one of the little sections near my yard. The car comes back and drives down the road trying to cut us off. Me and my mom are panicking at this point and have no idea who this is and why they're acting like this. The car circles around again, and my mom drags me to further to the right, I think, of where we were and told me we're going to run down into the ditch. We get down in the ditch and the car comes back around and pulls to the edge of the ditch where we were. The front of the car was facing us, and all I could think about was if it drove down, it would hit me and my mom and probably kill us. My mom quickly put her arm in front of me and stood dead still while I was literally horrified and dropped our flashlight and I think my water bottle. The car was getting ready to drive down where we were, and then suddenly they backed up and drove around the yard, going back down the side road to the highway. Me and my mom felt like our souls left, and she tells me to run, don't look back, and get to the front gate. I run up the ditch, feeling my heart pounding. I run around the yard and towards the front gate, flinging it open, and I started running towards the front door. I did not hear my mom behind me. I was running to the door to open it right when I looked over and saw the car coming back down the side road. I ran into the house, trying to catch my breath. I saw the car drive down the road, and I didn't see my mom, so I was panicking. I ran towards the sliding glass door, and suddenly my mom comes running towards it and flings it open, running in and locking it. She tells me to go lock the front door while I try to catch my breath and tell her I was scared because I had no idea where she was. She went to chug some water from the fridge and told me that when I was running, she was trying to shut the front gate when she noticed the car coming back down the road. She said she knew she wouldn't have time to follow me to the door, so she ran behind my sister's car to stay out of view of the car, and when it drove back down the road, she took the opportunity to run to the back door since it was closer to my sister's car. It's crazy to think that if we hadn't seen that dog standing there in the road and decided to turn back, that we may have been run down. Fortunately, we haven't seen the car again and think it may have just been some crazy person or druggie who just so happened to come down our road that day. I don't know how long this will be,
It took me about 4 days to actually be able to type this out. I got weird mini anxiety attacks when I tried. I'll be the first person to admit that I have a very can't happen to me complex. And that's kind of what occurred in this story. I'm a university student and live in a rental house with 5 other people. It's far from ideal, but in this housing outcry that we're living in, it takes that sting off of us having to pay a bunch of money a month to exist in a box. This has relevancy, I swear. I got extremely lucky last weekend when the 5 of the roommates that I had were all out for the weekend. This has never happened, so I was ecstatic to have the house to myself. I did the whole 21-year-old girl home alone stuff that you can think of, watching the movie with the volume loud, taking really long showers, walking around the house in my pajamas, etc. It was around 10 p.m. I had finished some homework and was relaxing with a glass of wine and watching some streaming services. It sounded briefly like there was something moving on the porch. We've had a fox in our yard before, and the thing used to make a lot of noise on our porch, so I assumed that to be the case. After hearing some fumbling the second time, I went over to check through the window. There was nothing there. As I'm turning to head back to the living room, a piece of cement flies through our kitchen window. I didn't know it was cement at the time, but not important. I think I peed myself a little when it happened, but I definitely screamed like a little girl. My moronic self started unlocking the door to go outside, but common sense seized control of me yet again and locked the door back. I also ran to the back door to make sure that it was still locked, even though it's glass and wouldn't make a difference. Oddly enough, at this time, my grandma's words came into my head about something her own mother had told her. If someone tries to break into your house, turn the lights off. You know the inside of your house better than they do. I shut the lights off in the living room and managed to turn the TV off, which was hard because my hands were shaking. My dad used to give me and my siblings advice on protection measures, which were not resonating at this time. I secured myself in my upstairs bedroom, roast me if you want to, and had turned all the lights out in the house as I passed them. While walking up the stairs, I could hear the doorknob shaking furiously from the front door. I don't know if there was more than one person, or if they realized that they couldn't jump the fence to get into the backyard. While calling for emergency services on speaker, I secured my hunting knife to the end of my hockey stick with hot pink duct tape. I know that's probably one of the most Canadian things that I could say. If I was going to have to use it, at least it would look fabulous. I stayed in the dark holding my makeshift spear for what was probably about 15 minutes. I'm really glad that I wasn't being murdered in that amount of time. The operator told me that police were coming, which they eventually did. Took a very unsettling amount of time. The only reason I left the bedroom in the first place was because I heard knocking on the door downstairs, and I saw the police lights were flashing through the window. Otherwise, someone would have had to have come in and physically pull me out of the room. A statement was given, but that's all they did. Literally all they did. Nothing else. Just that. A very nice female officer stayed with me in the house and helped me clean up the glass until my brother showed up to bring me to his place for the rest of the weekend. So, shout out to Officer Cutie with her tattoos. I made an appointment with a doctor to get out on anxiety medication, as well as medicine for nightmares. I know that I wasn't in any physical danger at that point, but I've had some very charming dreams about similar scenarios, and I was just finding it easier to stay awake. Maybe that's juvenile of me, but I'm human. The meds are working fine, and I'm back at my house with wall-to-wall people again. And honestly, I don't hate that so much anymore. Please, have a fun and safe weekend. Never move in with a man or woman that you've never personally known. I got a roommate from hell this way. The man tortured me psychologically when I turned down his advances.
then stole thousands of dollars from me over time. He even used my Amazon account to open up an account. He got some of my personal info like social security number and stuff like that as well. Once I left after calling the cops to help me leave, he showed up at the Apple store that I was just at a day after I left. Even though I left to go live on the streets, no family or friends as I was severely abused as a kid. I've been on my own since 14 actually, so I'm accustomed to surviving on the streets for periods of time. I was a million times happier than I ever was in his nice apartment, surrounded by nice things and a fancy car. I felt so relieved even just living in a concrete garage. I was a million times happier sleeping on a concrete with a pillow made of a towel and a tiny little blanket in the cold and heat than I ever was living there with him. He spent his time psychologically torturing me, and I don't regret leaving at all. He would bang on the wall across from mine every morning and late at night to startle me awake. He'd throw pebbles or tap on my window in the middle of the night to scare me and keep me on edge. He'd give me weird little candies and teddy bears as if we were dating. He even ordered stalkerish love items from my own Amazon account. Who the heck spends this much on a Christmas ornament that says, "I'll always love and follow you," or something along those lines? If I'd go to the restroom, he'd run and kick his foot at the door so loud and suddenly that it sounded like a door being kicked down. He'd steal my items if I left them alone for even a second, so I'd have no way to go out if I had plans. Then he'd put them back once I mentioned them, or when it was too late for me to leave for my plans. He kept me home this way. If I got any mail or a package, he'd interrogate me. "What did you order? I need to know." Like he owned me or something. Towards the end, I was leaning doors and furniture up against the door because he picked my bedroom lock before I was gone. And when I'd wake up, sometimes there was stuff missing or moved in odd ways, so I knew that he was creeping around while he was asleep. He was an absolute freak. I wouldn't put anything past him since he showed me how psychotic he was. If I was happy or in a good mood, he'd start criticizing and nitpicking at my body, hair, face, behavior, voice, anything that he thought that I was insecure about. I even developed an ED because he always did this and mocked/laughed at me when I would make or eat food. Anytime I'd leave my bedroom, he would rush out of his room to stand right behind or near me like a weird little dog that follows you around panting. He'd throw out food that I just bought, steal my cash, and even use my debit cards. He even ordered 30 to 40 plus items off of my Amazon account without my knowledge or consent. It was the strangest thing. If anyone else had dealt with this, they'd go insane. I still have trouble believing this stuff happened, as it was just so crazy to even think that someone is that crazy to do something like this. So I've never posted on this subreddit, though I have other stories that I've buried deep until recently. But this is happening in the present. I've had people stalk and follow me before, and because of that and my true crime addiction, I've become supremely paranoid and a solid curtain twitcher. I'm a 31-year-old female, and I reside in an upstairs room that was my first room to myself as a child. I had to leave a bad situation and therefore ended up back at my childhood home. For reference, when our house was built, we were told that the field to our left, with horses and a barn at the time, would one day soon be a development. It was 2000 when we were told that, and it wasn't until 2022 that roads were being formed and foundations laid. I had already had someone follow me home before when I was young. I posted about it, but I don't know how to link it. But I was in a different bedroom next door. My parents put in a free library that's right below my window, and nighttime security lights that are very bright and turn on and you're within like 20 foot of the side of my house my room is on. I'll admit, having an open field next to me so long made me accustomed to not closing the curtains when I change. because there was never anyone to watch. But now there is. For the past 2 weeks, the burglar lights next to the free library have been going off late at night. Because my one side of the curtain is open, so I can use my vape. That's the only reason I noticed it at all. I didn't think too much at first. We lock all the doors and windows every night, and I'm on the second floor. I also always looked out to see if it was a car, someone walking their dog or a deer, only to see nothing. To add, they put in a crap ton of streetlights around this area, so visibility is great. But it just kept happening. So last night I did my usual, and I saw the lights come on out of my peripherals. I acted natural, giving full view out the window that I was going to bed. It was about 3 a.m., turning the TV off, closing the window and curtains, turning the light out, etc. Then I ducked down, peering through the curtains to the sidewalk below. I honestly thought that I was going to pass out when after a few minutes, maybe 5, someone comes out from the side of my house, all silhouette, dressed in black. They kept their back to me until the light turned off, but I swear I could still see them standing there, looking up like they could see me. I called the police, but while I was on the phone with the operator, I saw him run off. There wasn't much they could do, except say they'd drive a car around and look. My parents are asleep, and I know that I have to tell them tomorrow. This scares the crap out of me. If it hadn't been happening for weeks and was a solo incident, I would probably be fine about it. But the fact that the light has been going off without me seeing activity, and what happened last night, makes me think this person has been watching me, and watching my house. To the person outside my window, let's please never meet. Small update. I did tell my parents, and at first they brushed me off, claiming I'd had a couple of drinks and it was late, so I probably just saw someone checking out the library. I then had another conversation about it with my dad, who said that there had been reports in the last couple of weeks of car break-ins, and since my car is parked on my side of the street right outside my window, maybe they were trying to break into it. I pointed out that if he was trying to get into my car, why was he pressed up against the house where he wasn't visible from my window? And why did he at no point go towards my car? I think I freaked him out enough that we are going to potentially get a camera for that area. Given all the development happening around us, I think it's smart, even without this incident. Thank you all for your advice and replies. I'll update here again if anything happens. This story takes place in the Balearic Islands of Spain around 2007. As every late August, my mom, grandma, aunt, and I would book a trip to Mallorca. We're all from northeastern Spain, but love the sun just as much as Brits do. Anyway, our room overlooked the sea. It was located on the first floor. I had just turned 8 years old, and every night for a week we would enjoy the nightlife from our terrace. It was our 5th night in, and since there would be different booths at night where you could get tattoos, personalized jewelry, etc., just underneath the terrace, we would sit and watch people get stuff done like hair, tattoos, etc. There's this guy getting a tattoo. He's sitting in a weird position, so he can't really see what's going on with his girlfriend. My mom notices that some random guy starts groping her. She's obviously uncomfortable and her boyfriend doesn't know what's going on at all. He's completely oblivious. Mom doesn't know any English besides very basic words, so she starts shouting, "Hey, stop." Mallorca is filled with foreign tourists, and they all look foreign to us, the perpetrator and the couple. So that's why she started shouting in English. The guy notices and stops groping her, but gives us a deathly stare. He then starts again, and now we're all shouting stop from our terrace. People start to notice there's something wrong and keep looking at us in a weird way. He then freaks out and tries to get in our hotel. Thankfully enough, he couldn't get in because you needed a code in order to do that. However, 2 German girls were about to use that same door to get out, so we started to shout no, no. This dude kept leaving and coming back to see if he could come up with a way to get in. We didn't know what his intentions were, but we were all pretty shaken. We went to the front desk and eventually called the police to let them know that there was a man who was desperately trying to get into our room. All I remember is crying and thinking that I was going to get kidnapped or something. A few years back, I was driving home after a shift. It was 3 or 4 a.m., and I was tired but not exhausted. It's a deserted state route in the middle of nowhere, and it's pretty common not to see a single car during the 30-mile trip. I drive this road multiple times a week. It's mostly open fields and some farmland through this 30-mile stretch. This particular night it was cold, but the sky was clear, like no clouds or anything. And I actually love nights like this because you can see the stars so well without light pollution. Anyway, about halfway back home, I come over this hill to a 2 or 3 mile straight stretch. A huge dark object about the length of a pickup truck, but far rounder and thicker, catches my attention as it's just hovering about 50 feet in the air, 50 or 60 feet off the road over a farm field. There's a very bright light coming down from the side or bottom. I couldn't tell exactly where it originated from because it was so bright. As I was going about 50 miles per hour past it, I only had a few seconds to look at it, but the image is burned into my mind. I have no idea what it was. I wanted to turn around, but I was kind of freaked out. I'm sure that alien life exists somewhere, but as for visiting our planet, I don't know. But if I ever had to paint a picture of what I think a UFO could look like, I'd paint whatever the heck I saw that night. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything odd over that area since that night. Years ago, my dad took my mom, my sister, and myself to one of his interstate routes and made it a camping trip where we would set up a tent each night. One night, we stopped in the middle of nowhere and set up. During the middle of the night, my mom really needed to pee, but was worried as she could hear strange noises. She woke us all up, and all we could hear was what sounded like heaps of people walking around us. This was super freaky as we were hours from a big town. Dad ended up grabbing a cricket bat and a torch, freaking out that stuff was about to go down. He opened up the tent flap ready to defend us, and we were surrounded by cows. There were hundreds of them. Apparently, the area that we were in was known for faceless grazing, where the cows could go where they please. Mom just hung on for the night. This was in Australia, by the way. And from memory, it was in the Northern Territory. My dad was a long-haul trucker years back. He would drive from Ontario all over the United States. The one creepy encounter that I remember him mentioning was as he was passing through Florida. Of course. He was driving through the Everglades late into the night, out in the middle of nowhere. No civilization for miles either way, when he notices a white figure come into the headlights or on the shoulder of the road. He slows down, and there is a man completely naked coming out of the swamp. My father slows and stops in the road, thinking that this guy may need help, as this man starts crossing over the road. He stops dead in front of the truck and stares at my dad, at which point my dad realizes that this naked man is holding a shotgun. He stands there for a few seconds staring, holding this gun, and then continues across.
and disappears back into the wilderness whence he came. It left so many questions unanswered. Not a truck driver, but my dad always tells me the story of when he was backpacking alone with his dog in the Pacific Crest Trail in Northern California in the late 70s. My dad had parked his car on the side of a highway, and he and his dog were about 7 miles down the trail. It was getting to be late in the afternoon, so he was hoping to find a place to spend the night. Suddenly, his dog starts to make a low growl, and the hair on the back of her neck stands up. My dad was thinking there was possibly a bear or something nearby, as his dog was a very experienced backpack dog and was not easily rattled by things. He looks around and doesn't see anything. He notices that Mika is basically pointing out a spot on the trail with her nose a little bit ahead of them. He decides to walk up and see what she's looking at. And there, he finds a massive footprint. To hear him describe it, this footprint was larger than any human can make, extremely deep, and had claw punctures. He said he stood and stared at it in disbelief for at least 5 minutes because he didn't understand how this could possibly have been on the trail. He thought that perhaps it was a hoax or folks messing around, but he hadn't seen a soul and he was in the middle of nowhere. Who would come out to the middle of the trail where there were hardly any hikers and make a hoax footprint of some sort? And why would the dog be upset? He said he couldn't explain it, but he basically had this feeling of terror and turned around on the trail right then. He didn't know if it was his mind playing tricks on him, but he swore he heard sounds in the trees nearby that sounded like a large animal as he booked it out. His dog remained completely alarmed the whole hike back, whimpering and pacing, which was out of character. He said he basically ran 7 miles back down the trail as fast as he could with his pack on and tore out of there in his car. To this day, he still claims that it was one of the freakiest things that he's ever experienced. I was making a delivery out in the middle of somewhere in the Midwest, literally rolling fields as far as you could see. After I made my delivery, I didn't have any time to get anywhere else, and it was getting late, so I just parked on their property and took my 10. It was kind of creepy because there were no lights, but I was tired, so I closed my curtains, locked my doors, and laid down to sleep. About 3 hours from my break being over, it sounded like what I could only describe as about 5 to 10 people pushing on either side of my truck, making it rock back and forth, and what sounded like hands frantically beating on the sides of my truck. I didn't sleep anymore during that break, and it's the only time I ever logged a pre-trip inspection that was less than 3 seconds. As soon as I could get my duty status changed, I went on the drive line and hauled butt out of there. My door stayed locked until it was daylight, and I could get to a truck stop that had a decent amount of people at it. Never found out what it was either. I never found any handprints or any evidence of tampering on my truck. Okay. So I was at one point a truck driver, but this didn't happen to me or to someone driving a truck. But it did happen at night on the road. So my friend was in a car with his 3 friends, driving out Long Island somewhere. They had been out at a bar or something until it closed and were heading home. The driver notices that they're being followed by another car. Everyone's like, "Nah, you're crazy." He pulls off at the next exit. The car follows. He proceeds right back onto the highway, and the other car still follows. Okay, now everyone is losing their minds. It's not a cop car, and it looks like there are 4 guys in that car too. For whatever reason, my friends have one of those 30,000 candle power flashlights, so they decide to light these guys up. They aim out the back window and switch it on. In the car behind them are 4 dudes with Jason Voorhees hockey masks on. My friends scream, and the now blinded hockey mask dudes scream and pull over. My friends got away. I work in northern Nevada nightly, running between Reno and Salt Lake City, pulling triples. I only work nights, so I'm used to working at night and don't really ever get sleepy. So I'm positive that this wasn't a hallucination. Well, I had to take my break, so I pulled onto an on-ramp at around 3 a.m. near Halleck, Nevada, and started surfing the internet. I distinctly remember it being a moonless night, which meant that it was about as dark as it gets in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch something moving in my mirror at the very back of my third trailer, more than 100 feet away. There are tons of perpendicularly opposed lights on our trailer, so whatever is moving is only illuminated for a split second at a time. When I get the chance to focus on it, I realize that someone is sprinting up my set towards the cab, with something in each hand. Luckily, I was idling on a steep incline, and clutched in and stuck it in fourth and gunned it. In hindsight, I'm glad I wasn't as heavy as I usually am, and could really get up to speed quickly. I only take my breaks now in well-populated areas. I was driving on a cross-country road trip through the middle of nowhere, Kansas, when I had one of my tires blow out. I pulled over and went to call AAA, but I had no service on my phone, so I got out and started the process of trying to change the tire myself. After a very short while, a cop pulled up and asked if I needed help. I said, "Yes, thank you, officer," and he said, "'Cause you're in luck. I just so happen to know the best tow truck driver. He could take you into town, and you could get all fixed up. No problem." The mosquitoes were eating me alive, and frankly, I only had a donut-style replacement tire and no clue how to properly change it. So I said, "Yes, please," and the officer gave the tow truck a call. After another short while, the tow truck arrived and the officer left. The driver asked, "Where am I towing you to?" So I was like, "I'm not sure, to town, I guess. Somewhere where I can get my tire fixed." He said, "Well, you're in luck, 'cause I know the guy at the only place that's open right now who can fix that for you." I said, "Okay, sounds good," and he towed us to the auto repair place. This was basically a ghost town, if you could even call it a town. The tow truck driver and the repair guy sat around and talked for a couple of hours while my tire was being fixed. Bear in mind, there was nobody else there but me and my passengers. There was nobody else anywhere within sight. The town was empty except for the gas station connected to the repair place. Finally, they came out and said I was all set and gave me both my bills, one for the repair and one for the tow, $1,200 in total, for one tire and a 5-mile tow, for a 1991 Grand Am that wasn't even worth that much. I was furious but had no options. So I gave him my credit card and he was like, "Sorry, guy, we're a cash-only kind of town, hey." I was like, "Okay then, well I don't have any cash on me, so how are we going to settle this up then?" And he was like, "Well, you're in luck, because there's an ATM next door at the gas station my buddy owns." So I went to the gas station and took out the maximum I could on 3 on 4 different cards, each with a $20 withdrawal fee. I looked behind the counter,
And in addition to the gas station attendant, there stood the cop, the tow truck driver, and the repair guy, all munching on Doritos and having a good laugh. I'm pretty sure I got hosed, and potentially maybe even sabotaged. Looking back, that cop sure arrived really quickly, and my other 3 tires were all still relatively new. I had to cut my trip short and invest in cortisone cream for the million mosquito bites.
My grandpa was in the Teamsters Union for over 30 years. Teamsters is a driving and trucking labor union based on the East Coast in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. He was a great trucker. In fact, he only had one minor incident in his 30-plus years of trucking. He was coming back from a long haul and was on Highway 55 in New Jersey, which is known as the most dangerous highway in New Jersey. Another thing most locals know about 55 is that a large amount of Native American artifacts were dug up and found during the highway's construction and repairs. Now back to the story. Gramps was 30 minutes from home, and it was dark out. He was later in his trucking career, and had already had 20 years or so under his belt. And again, not a single accident. Out of nowhere, anywhere from 3 to 5 human silhouettes dart out from the left side of the highway to the right. Grandpa was understandably startled and swerved his rig to the left, whereas the figures had made it to the right already. He scraped the cab and trailer against the guardrail and braked as hard as he could. His eyes darted to the rearview mirror to see the last of the figures duck into the tree line. He waited there for 10 minutes, just replaying what just happened in his head, even though the whole ordeal was over in 5 seconds. He never got a good look at the group for obvious reasons, but he said that they ran with what looked like canes in their hands and were wearing rags. He's from Philly and moved to southern Jersey after he married my grandma. So yeah, he is a Philly city homeboy big time. Of course, he knows Native existed, but never of the kind on the East. Just the ones that hunt buffalo in the Clint Eastwood movies. It's pretty obvious that the canes were either spears or bows, and the rags the figures wore were animal hides or crude cloth. When he returned home, he was still shaken and never talked with his wife, my grandma, at first. He only opened up about this with his trucking buddies, until one of them recommended that he should indeed tell his wife about the situation. So yeah, that's the story. I tagged along with my grandpa in his truck, since I was able to go to the bathroom on my own say about the age of 5. When school started, I left with him every break we had. Been most over all of Europe before I turned 12. Once in Austria in the summer, we were driving on a smaller highway, and Grandpa really needed to use the bathroom in the middle of nowhere. So we pulled over on the shoulder, and he grabbed some paper and his flashlight, and went around the front of the truck to the ditch. I rolled down my window as I waited in the cabin. After around 1 minute, I hear my grandpa shouting in despair, "Open the door, boy." I see him running along the positioning lights, alongside the trailer towards my door, pants along his knees. I popped the door wide open, and he flew up the steps into the back seat, screaming words that I've never heard before. And he taught me a lot of bad words along them roads. He slams the door and said, "Look outside," as I heard crazy commotion outside. He shined the ground outside, and there outside were 2 absolutely mental wild boars, headbutting and fighting the lower parts of our truck. My grandpa caught his breath and explains, as he pulled his pants down, a car passed and he saw a body with a leather suit and MC helmet laying in a ditch some 5 meters away. He shined his light and it seemed to be moving. A split second later, a boar looked out from inside the leather jacket covered in blood and mess. The second one must have been close by. Experienced as he was, he just ran for the truck without even pulling his pants up. We notified the local authorities and then drove off the first truck stop way down that road. Grandpa's need for going to the restroom didn't seem that important anymore. We were scared, but boy, did we tell that story to everyone that we ever met on the road.
This one happened when I was hauling freight from New York to Nevada. I worked for a company that has many acronyms, and all of them bad. The company was pretty good, but never home. I always passed this ghost town on the border of New Mexico and Texas. Every time I passed through it, I got chills. I swore to never stop in that town because the closest town was a good 50 miles away, if not more. Unfortunately, I was unlucky, as my hours for that day had me stuck right in the center of that town. I pulled into the 70s era gas station and walked around. I thank God that I had my mag light, on steroids flashlight, as it made everything bright as day. I didn't find anything but boarded up windows and a swinging door to a hole in the ground toilet. I finished up my business, and thank God that I didn't need to sit down. I did my walk around and checked everything we were supposed to. A truck in tip-top shape is a truck. You never will be stranded in the middle of nowhere. I did this 3 times as my standard custom because I was a nervous Nelly. I got into my truck and checked everything inside and made sure no hitchhikers came. Then closed all of my curtains to wind down after locked everything. I wasn't moving, and my freight wasn't going to be disturbed out here. After getting about 3 hours of sleep, I woke up to knocking. I was slow to it until I heard bam, 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 bam on my driver's side door. I rushed to the driver's side and turned my flashlight down. No one was there and no footsteps. I thought that was odd and opened the door. Looked around all over the place and saw nothing. Got out, grabbed my keys and locked the door. Walked around the entire rig and noticed I only saw my shoe prints. I checked on everything and nothing was wrong. I did one more pass before I heard a bam, bam, bam on the passenger side this time. I ran over there quickly to see nothing there. I sighed to myself and prayed as I did another pass around the rig. Maybe someone was pulling a prank and being a jerk. I didn't see anyone at all and started to panic a little. If they climbed on my rig, I was going to be angry. I climbed into the truck after unlocking it. I said a prayer and went to bed. The next morning I did my morning pass and noticed what looked to be animal tracks. I shrugged it off as another animal being idiots. I said a prayer of thanks after I finished checking and swore to end my day early if I'm not halfway through my hours for that day, if I pass through that town again.
I don't do trucking anymore after several problems, and now work as a caregiver for my grandfather. Many years ago, I was driving south on a freeway in the middle of Utah. I haven't seen another car coming or going for miles, even though it's the middle of the day. Then I see a semi ahead in the right lane of this 2-lane southbound freeway. I'm gaining on him in my lovely red sports car, so I pull into the left lane to pass. I was slightly over the speed limit to pass him quickly. He was doing slightly under the speed limit. There is no shoulder because it's some kind of bridge or culvert crossing. Remember, no other cars anywhere around. Just as I reach the halfway point on the semi, he starts changing lanes for no reason, into my lane. I have nowhere to go because there is no shoulder, and I'm going to die. Time slowed. The world blurred. Somehow I floored it in time, and my wonderful car flung me forward and ahead of death. He was fully in my lane when I looked in the rearview mirror. I have no doubt that he tried to kill me. It was clear, sunny, and he had nothing in front of him that would cause him to change lanes. There were no curves to hide my very red car as I overtook him. He could easily see me coming on the long straightaway. There was absolutely no reason for him to change lanes right as I was passing him. This part of the freeway was always isolated back in the day. There were no cars near us, no animals, and I saw no car for the next few miles as I raced away from him. If he tapped my car or if I overreacted, it probably would have looked like an unfortunate accident. I was a bus driver, and I did what they call the first sign on shifts, which are the first buses out of the depot. I usually started around 3:30 to 4 a.m., and one day I was running late for work, and I was naughty and didn't do my pre-departure check, and took off out of the depot. I was about halfway to the starting point of my route, in a bus that is pitch black with interior lights off, when I hear a voice right behind me say, "Where are we?" I absolutely crapped myself. Look up, and here is this homeless guy standing right behind me in the bus. I said, "What the heck are you doing on the bus?" And it turns out he slept in it overnight, and because I didn't do my pre-departure check, I didn't notice him. Guess who never missed doing a pre-departure check ever again? My dad isn't a trucker, but he used to take me with him to go to various cities and provinces to deliver some packages. I remember this creepy night since it happened when I was a teenager. We were driving across a highway at nighttime, maybe around 9 p.m. We were talking, laughing, and I was joking with him. And all of a sudden, he slammed on his brakes, and I almost hit the windscreen. I was like, "Dad, what's wrong?" Turn around. His face was so pale, and he said, "I hit a girl. Did you see that? I hit her." And he was about to open the door and walk to the front of the car to check it out. But I told him that I didn't see any girl, and he stopped opening the door. He tried to look outside, but everything was dark, and all I could see was the empty road. There was no blood, no dead body, nothing. The beam range from the car was bright enough to see 45 meters ahead. When he calmed down, he didn't say a thing and kept driving. I didn't say a single word as well because the atmosphere was really weird and creepy. When we reached the destination, my dad asked me again, "You didn't see that girl? The girl with long black hair and dressed in white?" At this time, I look at my dad, didn't say a word and shake my head. My dad never mentioned that story anymore, not to anyone in the family. And for some reason, I didn't tell that story to my siblings as well. I don't think I've shared this story before. At the time, I was working IT for a 3-letter formerly great tech company, doing retail point-of-sale upgrades. One of the techs that had been on an overnight job had gotten suddenly sick, and they needed an extra hand in the middle of the night. And I like money, so I went out there in the middle of the night to a site maybe 70 miles away. It was 1 to 2 a.m., and I'm going down roads that I wasn't familiar with. Right before I go around a bend, on an empty 2-lane highway with, of course, no streetlights, and road cones are sort of haphazardly set up to start to block off the left lane. I'm in the right, so I don't mind, but it was weird that there were no warning signs or nothing. And then, what seemed like a quarter of a mile down the road, there's a car just stopped in the right lane that I was in. I slow down, and nearly at a stop because I'm a dumb teenager who didn't realize what this was. And out of the car step 2 dudes and start walking towards my truck. Well, I start to nope right out of there and run over a cone to get away, One dude tried to jump in front of me, but I got around him and sped off down the road. The traffic cones had stopped right where the stopped car was. I'm already a very anxious person, so after the panic and adrenaline wore off a few miles down the road, I called the cops to report what happened. Headlights appeared on the horizon behind me, which caused me to panic even more. I told the 911 dispatcher that I thought that I was being followed, and I pulled off at the next exit because it had a gas station. I pulled off, and the car behind me did too. My heart was slamming in my chest as I pulled up at the pump and sprinted into the store, only to find that the car that had pulled in behind me was a completely different car than the one that was stopped in the road, and had a small woman driving it, who had gotten out to pump her gas, instead of the two dudes who had jumped out of their car. After I had collected myself and told the dispatcher that it was someone else, I went out to ask her if she had seen the car stopped on the road after the cones. The lady pumping her gas said that she had seen the cones, but there was no car stopped on the road when she passed by. 15 minutes later, a cop came by the gas station to take my statement about it, and said that they had gotten a similar report a couple of weeks prior, but that was about it. Never heard back about if the cops found anything or not. Years ago, I was driving with my ex-girlfriend back from a wedding in northern Wisconsin, heading towards Madison where she lived. We were probably like 20 or 30 miles away from the city at that point, and it was probably around 1 a.m. My GPS, which was some really cheap brand that my dad got me as a gift from Radio Shack, had been going through some backcountry highways for some reason, after I had stopped for gas instead of getting me back on the expressway right away. I didn't mind. I kind of always found those really peaceful, even though at night they're pretty creepy. My girlfriend was asleep in the passenger seat, so I had turned down the music really quiet to not wake her, which added a bit of the eeriness of it all. I'm like really into this groove of driving, focused on the roads because it was so dark without streetlights everywhere. Then something on the side of the road catches my eye. It was a giant mountain lion, with what appeared to be blood all over its face. I start shaking my girlfriend awake to get her to see it before it was gone, but she woke up too late. I pulled over to the side of the road and asked her to watch the rear view so that she could see this huge thing cross the road, but it never did. She was convinced that I imagined it all because that area of Wisconsin is not known for mountain lions. But I swear I saw it. So, I am an over-the-road truck driver in America. I generally stay in the Midwest as I enjoy the open road and less traveled areas. I tend to drive at night because the roads are a lot more empty and there tends to be less traffic construction going on around that time. Around this particular night, I was in Kansas, making my way to Wyoming. I drive for hours at a time nonstop, so before my drive, I stack up on food and drinks. I've accustomed my bladder to hold going to the bathroom after years of truck driving until I can't hold it anymore. Now in Nebraska, I get the urge to pee, so I start finding a part of the road that I'm able to pull over safely without damaging my tires. But this is the backwoods of the country, so finding this would be a little hard but not impossible. When I finally feel that I have found a perfect enough location, I pull over. Since I'm in the middle of nowhere, I have nowhere to pee, besides an empty gallon that contained water, because there's no way I'm stepping outside in the dead of night. As I'm doing my business, I hear a tap. I do want to make it known that I travel in my truck alone. I don't have a partner on the truck, nor a pet of any kind. The truck radio is off, the windows are up, and all you can hear from my perspective is the hum of the truck running. I begin to look for the sound, which at first I thought was my mini fridge, because when it gets unplugged, the melted water from the freezer will leak out and start to make a patter noise on the floor. I checked and it wasn't that.
And in realizing this, I noticed the tap sounded more like a small rock hitting the side of the truck, the driver's side in particular. Within my truck, I start to look outside of the driver window, but don't find anything in particular, so I start to look out of all the windows. I don't see anything anywhere, so I start to think it could be the truck itself. I get back in the driver's seat to get out of the truck to look under the hood. As I'm about to step out, another small rock hits my door, and I look out into the side of the road where in the field stand these tall corn stalks.
Keep in mind, these corn stalks are tall.
I mean, I'm standing on the top step of my truck and I can see right above them. And in looking out into the darkness, I see the top of someone's head. Just the top, not even a forehead, just their hair, which was black.
The average height of a corn stalk is 8 foot. So, I don't know about you,
But whoever that was had an advantage. I get back in the truck and lock the doors, put the window down a tad bit, and yell, "Hey, you need help?" No answer. "Hey man, you good?"
no answer. So I say screw it. Put the truck in gear and get out of there as quick as I could.
I don't even look back, just try to get away from them and the area as fast as the truck will go, after being at a standstill on the side of the road. I drive for hours until I reach Wyoming and pull over at a truck stop to get some sleep. Before heading to sleep, I go inside the truck stop to get some food, and as I'm coming back to my truck, I see marks on the back of the passenger side of the truck, as if someone had keyed my truck. I start angrily looking around to see who it could have been, but can't really come to a conclusion, since most of the other drivers weren't in their front seat. Then, I start looking around my entire cab, and notice the marks are also on the back of the cab, near the platform where the cab and trailer connect. I start remembering about the person I saw in the field, and thought it was them, but I don't remember feeling anyone hop on back there. So I was left puzzled. Nothing else happened for the rest of the day, thankfully, so I'm not sure who that person was, or what they wanted or what their intentions even were.
And I'm glad that I never ended up finding out. This happened on a road trip with my ex-girlfriend, and I've always wanted to tell this story. We were headed to Eureka, California from Oregon, and had to go on this highway 299. We had a late start to our day, so it was nighttime by the time we set out on 299, thinking it would be just a normal stretch of rainy highway. We were thoroughly unprepared for how twisty and isolated it really was. Midnight came, and it had been pouring rain. My girlfriend was dodging rockfall for the entire drive so far. She was absolutely drained. We found a flat place to pull over for a quick nap, like a little outcrop of dirt alongside the road. The rain had stopped, but it was muddy, and man was it quiet. Eerily so. We were both so drained that we just crashed for about 30 minutes or so in our respective seats. Keep in mind, we'd been on the road for a while and hadn't passed a single car the entire time. I woke up to the sound of scratching underneath the car that I brushed off as an animal. Then I heard steady plopping out in the mud, like someone was circling our car, but I didn't see a thing. I elbowed my girlfriend thinking she was still asleep, but she was fully awake and frozen in place and just said, "I know." She said she had this feeling that something was off from the second that we pulled into that spot. We held deathly still for a bit longer, still reckoning that it was a deer or something, in denial. I got a large wave of goosebumps when we heard that faint scratching start up yet again. This time we bolted into action, and she threw the car into reverse pretty quickly. Suddenly she screamed, "There's someone there, oh my God," as she saw a figure dive into a nearby bush, lit up from the reverse lights. I looked but didn't see anything. We both were in 100% panic mode and practically skidded back onto the road. The rest of the drive back into California was unremarkable, but we did have a motorcycle tail us for most of the way back after that. From a decent distance, luckily. but seeing that faint light bobbing far behind us gave us the creeps on top of everything. It's probably unrelated, but who knows? Everything felt creepy and wrong for the rest of the night. Be careful on Highway 299 in Oregon. This happened some 15 years ago, as I was driving back up north from Newbury in the UK. Now, I don't do anywhere near as much driving as you Americans, but for late night trips, I always operate a buddy system just in case. My friend had taken his rest and woke up about 45 minutes before time to set off. I checked the weather forecast. Heavy fog due across the M1 at around 2 a.m., just as I would be hitting that part of the route. Dang. I asked my buddy if we can set off a half an hour earlier to skip it. He agrees and we set off. We're doing good time thanks to the lack of traffic, but I can see a fog line appearing. It gets thick fast. I take a look at the clock. 1:30 a.m. Dang, weather forecasters got it wrong again, I think to myself. I ask my buddy to stay alert in case I miss something, as I'll be concentrating dead ahead. I have to slow to about 35 to 40 miles per hour from 70 because visibility is basically nil, but stopping the car would be suicide if there's anything behind me. Based on my position, I know there's a service station at about 15 miles, so I'll turn off there and wait it out. The fog starts getting really thick, to the point where I'm thinking maybe it's actually safer to stop. I can't see the road or the cat's eyes at this point. I pull to the left slowly and wait for the telltale feel of the hard shoulders rumble strip. It didn't come, nor has the car hit a ditch. At this point, I'm a bit freaked out, as I have no orientation and I can't see the road. I'm down to about 15 miles per hour now as my buddy says, "Hey, there's a light in front of us." It's a green light, which is odd for the motorway, but maybe I can see what's going on from there. I pick up a little speed and head towards the green light. As I'm driving forward, the fog begins to lift, and I realize where we are. At the intersection of Beverly Road and the A63, the green light was a traffic light. I pull the car over and we both say to each other, "What the heck?" This is approximately 150 miles from where the fog started, a good 2.5 hour drive away. I look at my watch, 1:50 a.m. I take a look at the radio clock in the car, 4 a.m. I get my phone out. My buddy gets his phone out. Both say 1:50 a.m. As I look in the rear view, there's not a trace of fog behind me. Both of us are quite freaked out at this point, so we decide to find out which clock is right. I drive to the station, 4:07 a.m. To this day, I have no explanation, and neither of us can account for the missing 2.5 hours. Not how I managed to do multiple lane changes and junctions to get from the M1 to the M62, and then the A63. My friend and I were driving south towards Gallup, New Mexico in his elderly mother's Prius, bringing it back to Southern California for her from Colorado. It was the middle of nowhere, on a dark road about 2:30 in the morning, when this 1990s safari van starts getting right on our tail. We move over to let the van pass, and he gets right behind us and starts flashing his lights. My buddy gets into the other lane again and slows down enough that I can see the license plate has a piece of cardboard taped over it. The van then starts swerving to try and force us off the road. My buddy floors it, but it's a Prius. We pull ahead for a second, but the van rapidly catches up and starts trying to force us off the road at speed. As we approached an off-ramp, I decided that I had enough of this stuff to pull out my 1911. I rolled down the window and leaned out, presenting my weapon, and prepared to send rounds into this van. The van slammed on the brakes and shot off the off-ramp. We continued in a gallop and phoned the police, who told us that they were probably trying to get us to stop and rob us. They did not expect any problems from a Prius with California plates. This was the scariest situation I have run into while driving, for sure. My friends and I were taking a road trip from Arizona to California. We decided we wanted to go before the sunrise, and we left at about midnight. We were about 3 hours in, but my car needed gas and the girls and I wanted to stop to toke up. We had a considerable amount of weed in the car, and we wanted to get rid of it all before our drive back. So we decided to roll a joint in this poorly lit gas station. We were just about to take a hit when this guy comes running up to my car and starts to pound on the driver's side window. I rolled it down just enough to talk to him, but not enough for him to force entry into my car. He seemed scared and shaken up, but something didn't seem right. He was sweaty, and I could tell that he was looking inside of my car for something. At first, I thought he was an undercover cop, and my heart was racing. However, he said he had some car trouble and asked if we would take a look at it. At this point, it was 3 a.m. I had all my doors locked and had not gotten gas yet. I knew nothing of cars, and neither did any of the ladies in the car. We told him this. I told him I could call a tow for him, although he persisted on using my phone. The other girls were freaking out, and of course I was too. I could see a payphone by the vending machine at the gas station, and told him that I would slip him a few quarters through the crack in my window so that he could call whoever he would like. Out of nowhere, his tone changed. He got really calm and looked me dead in the eye. He told me to unlock the door. My eyes darted towards the direction of his car, and we could see 2 other males pacing while one male was sitting in the driver's seat. I noped right out of there, told him to leave us alone, rolled up the window and hopped right back on the highway. I know for a fact if we had gotten out of the car, we would have never been seen again. I called the police to report him and asked to be notified if there was an arrest made. I never heard back. Arizona is #1 for sex trafficking. Be safe out there, ladies and gentlemen.
When I lived in rural Maine, my boyfriend at the time took me on a drive in his truck. He wanted to show me something he said he learned about from one of his college professors. We already kind of lived in the middle of nowhere, but we drove even further into literally nowhere. We were on this road that was 5 to 8 miles of just forest on both sides. No houses, no signs, no driveways, nothing. Then he pulls over near a slight break in the trees. Was a very overgrown old driveway, chained off at the road, with an old, dilapidated sign that said private property. We parked on the road and walked in about a half mile, and there was this old, abandoned log cabin house there.
I don't know when it was built, but it was old enough to not have any connection to the electric grid and no electrical outlets inside.
It was a bit odd, but my boyfriend said he had been there before and led me to a door in the back where we could break in. He mentioned that the last property owner said in their will that no changes could be made to the property after they died, like no agriculture or major renovations. So I guess that's why the land was never resold, since nobody could do anything with it. I don't remember if we entered through the second floor somehow, or climbed upstairs once inside, but I remember being on this loft that overlooked the interior of the house, with no railing. Definitely a 15+ foot drop right at the edge of the loft. Maybe there weren't stairs inside at all, or a ladder. It was back in the fall of 2011 when I was a freshman in college, so it's a bit fuzzy. I remember seeing an old wood stove made of iron downstairs and a countertop, but otherwise I think the place was pretty sparse and made entirely of wood. There was also no sink in the kitchen area and no bathroom, so no plumbing either. The loft we were on had literally thousands of dead flies all over the floor. It was creepy and gross. I know they could have gotten stuck there over the years, but the sheer number of them on every surface and not being decayed, turned to dust, was just so unnerving. My boyfriend, for some reason, decides this is a nice place to smoke weed. I didn't want to stay, but he laid a blanket out over the flies, and he sat and rolled a joint. I did take a couple of puffs, but started getting an uneasy feeling, so I stopped. I'm a regular smoker, but this was just a crazy situation. Then suddenly I realized that the sun was setting, and we were losing light fast. The house very quickly got this terrifying impending doom feeling,
and I knew that I just needed to get out of that house.
I expressed my concerns to my boyfriend multiple times, each time seeming more desperate to leave.
But he wasn't worried, and took his sweet time hand-rolling himself a cigarette and taking all of the unnecessary stuff out of his pockets,
laying them out in the blanket and slowly putting them away.
It was really making me mad that he wasn't taking me seriously, and I had such a sense of urgency to get out. I ended up getting out of the house first and started running down that half-mile long dirt driveway to get out and away.
My boyfriend shuffled behind me, fumbling with things in his hands. He was practically a prepper and carried all sorts of things with him in all his pockets, cargo pants, backpack, etc., at all times, like flashlights, lighters, weed pipes, rolling papers, weed, rolling tobacco, and probably 20 other things he thought were useful. I got out of the woods when we were just losing that last light before the true darkness set in. Mind you, this country road has no streetlights the whole way. He had flashlights,
but I didn't feel like flashlights equaled safety.
I felt we were being watched, and whatever it was super negative. I don't know if I overacted, or my boyfriend was literally just doped up and clueless, but I never really trusted him after that. I don't know why the heck I let myself get in that situation. Needless to say, he's not in my life anymore.
I live in southern Missouri, middle of nowhere. Few neighbors that live several hundred yards away, and are pretty old and nobody is usually out. It's winter, so they are never outside, and it gets dark around 6 p.m. It was 8 p.m. and I was in my shop working, when I heard a whistle in the tune of a song sounding like it was just outside of my shop. Nobody had been around, or I would have known. It went on for about a minute, and I got chills down my spine, and a sudden fear rushed over me. So I ran inside to get my wife to come out with me, in case it happened again, but it never did, wondering if anyone else has had any similar experiences with this, or know what it could have been. My friends and I are on our way from Chicago back to our home in Evansville, Indiana. As much as we drive through the Midwestern country to get there, pitch black highways surrounded by trees and cornfields. About 4 hours away from home, my friend screams and I look up. We hit a deer going 50. The poor guy bounces off the front end and is probably dead on impact. We come to a stop to commiserate, call our parents, etc. We are stranded on a highway in the middle of nowhere, trees to our right and a few houses a bit far off to our left, all surrounded by cornfields, of course. My friend is standing outside surveying the damage when we hear a scream, a man's scream, a bit far off to our left. My other friend and I look at each other wide-eyed. A few minutes pass and we hear one again. I make a joke about skinwalkers and my friend gets back in the car. A bit later, after calling 911, we hear another scream. A woman this time, and it seems closer. We're waiting on the deputy and nervously joking about whether it's skinwalkers or crazy elderly people with sundowners, a la The Visit. And my friend facing the trees suddenly laughs nervously and rolls up the window. I just heard clicking noises outside of my window, and I'm rolling it up because I'm not going to pretend that I didn't just hear them. Anyway, now we're back on our way. The car is drivable. And out of skinwalker country, or whatever the heck that was. Just something spooky that happened, and I thought that I'd share it. Something weird happened to me. It was more scary in a what could have been kind of way. So, not on the same scale as some of the other people in the comments. I was a 17-year-old and I'm male, and I was walking home from a nightclub, quite drunk and stoned at about 2 a.m. I'm in a lonely part of my walk. No people and very few cars. Just a road and some large shops. A barbecue and a carpet showroom. Out-of-town shopping complexes that have since become ubiquitous in the UK. Anyway, in a lay-by, about 15 feet away, is a car pulled up with lights on. As I stumble past, 2 men step out and call me over. Something about the situation immediately sobers me up. I keep walking, and one of them shouts, "It's fine, we're the police. We'll drive you home." I stop for a moment and reply with a smart comment along the lines of how police would never do this and that they were dodgy. Calling them dodgy always sticks in my mind. He insists that I'm too drunk and it's not safe for a young man like me, and I should let them take me home. I say no, and he then calls me to come over here and listen to the police radio in the car to prove that they are real police. It's weird the guy is almost begging me, desperation in his voice. I repeat a firm no, tell them I'm fine and keep walking. The minute I'm out of sight, I run as fast as I can and don't relax until the 30 minutes later that I'm home. I can only assume that they didn't manhandle me into the car because there was the very occasional taxi passing by. I'm 45 now and occasionally think about how that could have ended for me. None of the scenarios seem good. Sadly, stories like this are probably more routine for women, but at the time, it really shook me up. I was around 10 years old. I was at school, but my mom told me that she was thinking of taking me to the doctor's in the afternoon. I had a recurring eye issue. It was lunchtime, and I'm in the dining hall when the office woman told me there was a taxi outside for me and that I needed to go. I assumed that my mom booked it for me, as she can't drive. I cleared up my stuff and got my bag. I was just about to leave when I remembered my jacket in my classroom. I rush to get it and head out for the taxi. The office woman tells me that I'm too late and the taxi had gone without me. I just went back to class, but I was panicking that my mom would be angry at me. School finishes and my mom is waiting for me at the gates. I burst into tears, apologizing for missing the taxi and thinking that I was in big trouble. She never ordered a taxi and had no clue what I was thinking about. She ended up not making the doctor appointment. No one ever found out who ordered the taxi or who the driver was. My mom doesn't like to think what would have happened if I hadn't forgotten my jacket and got in that taxi. When I was about 18, my friend and I went to the movies and decided to walk home. It was a bit of a walk, but we didn't want to pay for a cab. I'm always pretty vigilant when walking, especially at night, so I noticed a guy with his hood up walking behind us. Every so often, I'd look over my shoulder and check on him. He started pretty far behind us, but was gaining ground weirdly quickly. The last time I turned my head, I caught him sprinting at us. I panic and tell my friend to run for it. She's in those Birkenstock slip-on sandals that were popular back then, and she's struggling to run, so I'm dragging her until we get to the gas station. I bang on the window and beg the clerk to let us in, but he says he can't because it's past a certain time at night. But he promises if the guy comes near us that he'll call the cops. The guy comes down the hill, through the gas station, staring at us the entire time. I swear, the only reason that he thought better of it was because the gas clerk had the phone visibly in his hand. Plus, he was a big guy. I completely broke down after he left. Just the thought that he was running at us while I had my back turned scares the heck out of me. What if I didn't turn? When I did, that last time. I was camping with my family and our family friends. The parents get toasted during the night, and my friend, her cousin, and I get to camp out in a tent while everyone else is in campers. After the parents are passed out and the fires died off, we're just talking and slowly calming down for sleep. It was probably around midnight or so. We hear the crunch of some shoes on gravel and the jingle of a collar on a leash. A soft shadow of a tall man stops by the side of our tent, facing closest to the gravel road. We are all stone silent, and a man's soft voice says, "Hey there, girlies." We say nothing, in the stillest silence I've ever experienced. "What are you girls up to so late?" Silence. We're looking at each other with wide eyes, thinking we're essentially on our own, because the campers, while being close by, are filled with our smaller siblings and our intoxicated, snoring parents. He hums something to himself, like he's mulling something over, and then his shadow moves and he continues on down the road. Was he probably just some drunk guy walking his dog? Likely. But was that the scariest experience of my young life, and the first time that I realized that in a situation like that, I didn't have the right instinct? Yes, it was. 2 hours later, the cousin had to use the bathroom, and by then we'd calmed down a little bit. But it was the most paranoid sprinting to the outhouses up the road that I'd ever had. I'm a guy, and when I was 19, I was at a friend's apartment one night for a party. Things were starting to wrap up. It was very late, and we were all standing around in the parking lot, talking as we got ready to leave. Then this beat-up old Ford Bronco pulls into the lot, and a tall, lanky guy in Western garb, hat, boots, belt buckle, gets out. That in itself wasn't unusual. I'm in New Mexico, and you see people dressed like that all the time. But instead of going into an apartment, he walks up to our group and just stands there. Never says a word. He wasn't acting in a threatening way. It was just really weird and awkward. So we all decide this would be a good time to leave. We got in our cars. He got in his Bronco and we all drove off. When I got onto the street, he pulled out right behind me, which I didn't think too much of at first. But then he revved his engine, pulled right up on my tail, and flipped on his high beams and a light bar. Now I knew something was up. At the time, I was driving a little 1985 Dodge Omni that could maybe do 75 if you dropped it off a cliff. So there was no way in heck that I was going to outrun a V8 Ford Bronco, even if I was crazy enough to try. This guy could easily keep up with me. I didn't know what to do. In retrospect, I probably should have driven to a police station, but that never occurred to me. And even if it did, I don't know if I would have known where the nearest police station was. This was the early 90s, no smartphones or Google Maps. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I swerved onto a side street into a poorly lit residential neighborhood. He followed me, but I had a bit of a head start, so I gunned it and turned off my lights. I just sort of randomly drove around the neighborhood for a while, until even I couldn't remember what route I had taken, and I couldn't see him in the mirror anymore. When I was pretty confident that I had lost him, I found my way to a main road, turned my lights back on, and headed home. To this day, I don't know if I was the victim of a stupid drunken prank or if I was nearly murdered. My younger sister had a similar experience when I was 12. It was Halloween, and my mom had taken us trick-or-treating around our street. When we got back home, we asked if we could stay out a bit longer riding our bikes. We lived in a cul-de-sac, so it was normally only neighbors and their visitors driving by. After a short ride around, just as we had stopped in our driveway, a car stopped, and a man told us get in the car. My sister and I froze out of fear and didn't respond. He repeated the demand before driving away. I guess he was worried an adult would see or come outside. We rushed inside, locked the garage behind us. The police were called and came to our house to take the details. We even spotted a car that looked very similar after the incident at the nearby shops, and my mom informed the police. A few months later, we came to find out that the man who approached us had been arrested for luring a young child away and assaulting the child during Christmas carols at a local botanical park, which my family and I had also attended. I remember being shocked and disturbed when I first found out about the assault, and even more so when I realized that what could have happened to me or my sister that Halloween night, when we found out that it was the same man that was responsible. My mom always told me to not approach or talk to strangers. One day when I was walking home from elementary school from the bus stop, which was around the corner and down a block, an older man drove up to me. I was on the right side of the road, and he was driving towards me and parked next to me. So he was on the wrong side of the road in a residential neighborhood. He had a map in his hand and asked me if I could tell him where this street was, as he pointed at the map. I took a couple of steps towards the car and remembered the lesson that my mom had taught me and stopped and asked, "What street is it?" He told me the name of the street, and I gave him verbal directions and started walking again. Something didn't seem right to me though, and I don't get why he needed a map to ask where a street was that was not difficult to find. I was literally a few miles down the main road, a block away. I just figured he wanted to kidnap me. This happened when I was little, around 6 or 7. I was being watched by the neighbors across the street with her 4-year-old and newborn. The mom decided we should have a picnic on the driveway, but after a little while, she had to go inside to get something, maybe to use the bathroom. I can't really remember. But as soon as she left, this old couple rolls up to the driveway and asks me and the 4-year-old for directions. I tried to tell her the street was a few streets over, but she said that she couldn't hear me over the car, so could we come closer? I wasn't sure what to do, because I already knew about stranger danger but didn't want to be rude to elders. Luckily, right then,
The neighbor's mom came sprinting out and talked to them. I overheard the lady say that I was helpful, telling them that they were on the wrong street, and the neighbor told her the same thing I did. It was only when I was older, thinking back on it, that I realized that it was weird that they asked such a small child for directions, and that she had heard what I said, but lied, trying to get me to come closer. Definitely, probably, would have been kidnapped. Back in Sweden, I was casually walking back from an after-school club, probably around 7 to 8 years old. I can't remember for certain. Autumn weather, rainy and dark. A car pulls up next to me, drives slowly. A relatively old man looks me dead in the eye. I look straight ahead. I start walking a bit faster and he speeds up. Instinctively, I turn around and frantically start running towards the main road. It's about a 30-minute walk from school to my house. Anyway, as I run along the main road, one of our neighbors sees my reflective dangly bit, stops and offers me a ride back home. It shook me up for weeks after, but my parents didn't care. I was in Walmart with my dad, probably around 6 years old, and I had just walked to the door while he was checking out. I was an impatient child and had trouble simply waiting for any length of time. A young boy, I suspected maybe a year or two older than me, approached. I was too young to be terribly suspicious, so I went along with it when he struck up conversation. He eventually asked if I was here with someone, and I said that my dad was just over there. He then forcefully grabbed my wrist and told me to come with him, trying to ultimately pull me towards the door. I was thankfully able to free myself, and I ran away. Shortly thereafter, my dad came up and we left. It could have been nothing, just some kid being stupid. But with all the stories of kids being kidnapped and trafficked, it's terrifying to consider what could have happened. I remember when I was 11, I was walking across the road to grab some candy with my friend. We lived in townhouses and we're neighbors. So this happened right in front of our building. This pasty bald ginger dude comes up to us as we're waiting at the light and says to me, "You're my older sister's name, sister, right? Want to make $1,000? All you have to do is take a few pictures." I managed to choke out a no while turning to my friend, who's equally terrified, her eyes on the light waiting for it to change. As soon as the light switched, we bolted to the store and hung out there for a little bit. Broad daylight, busy arterial road for the city. 5 minutes later, it was like it never happened. Around August of 1978, I was in my late teens hitchhiking from Illinois to Michigan. I caught a ride on Route 94 outside of Chicago with a middle-aged man in a pickup truck. He was a nice enough guy, friendly and talkative. A half hour or so into the ride, I happened to glance at his crotch and noticed that he had his zipper open with his junk on full display. Not good. I stayed calm and waited until we got near an exit and asked him nicely to pull off. I told him I was getting car sick. He ignored me and blew past the exit. Crap. There was another exit a few miles ahead. I told him I was nauseous and was going to vomit and to please take the next exit. He blew past that one too, and I instantly recognized the danger that I was in.
I knew I had to get out of the truck. All I could do was bluff. I'd seen it once in a movie. I reached into my backpack and pretended to grab something and hold it in my hand inside the backpack. I told him that it was in his best interest to drop me off. I told him that if he didn't drop me off, I would use the thing in my hand, and that would be very bad for both of us. It worked. He must have figured I wasn't worth the trouble. He took the next exit and dropped me off at a gas station. Fast forward to several months later when I picked up a newspaper and saw a picture of the man who had picked me up hitchhiking on the front page. He had been arrested, suspected in the murders of multiple young men. That is the creepiest face I've ever seen, and I never hitchhiked again. I've had a few, but due to my age at the time, this one sticks out. I was 20 and heading back to my car from buying groceries. This weird guy in this van beside me starts leaning out of his driver's side window and starts asking me about the books in my back seat. You must be in college. I saw the books. I remember taking those classes. I hate causing a scene, so I just said, "Yeah, I just started not too long ago." I try and get to my car, but he's leaning half out the window to get as close to me as he possibly can. I'm trying to get around him, but there's nowhere to go without having to walk by him. He then sees my t-shirt and starts talking about the band on it. He likes this band. It's really cool, etc., etc. I say thanks for the chat, but I really must be going. He says something about knowing which school I go to and that he likes my bumper stickers. They really stand out. I finally finagle myself around him, get to my car, and drive off. He follows me for a bit, so I just drive in random circles in the area until he disappears. That messed with me for a little bit. My neighbor at the time told me next time to get his description and his license plate. There's been a creep in the area making attempted kidnappings that they're trying to catch. Thankfully, I was overweight, so he'd have a hard time wrangling me. This could only happen to one of my friends, who is one of the sweetest people that I've ever met. Where we live, there's a suburb that has all the nightclubs and some tech businesses, but still has a large homeless presence. So over the years, it's developed a bad reputation. One night, my friend is heading towards a gig and takes a shortcut through a dark alley, where out of nowhere, an Aboriginal guy asks him for a cigarette. My friend, being the nice guy he is, rolls him one and just starts having a conversation with the bloke. An Aboriginal woman approaches my friend from behind and puts her hands on his shoulders, but doesn't say anything. The guy my friend is talking to nods like he's saying no, so the girl just leaves. My friend says he has to go, which the Aboriginal guy replies, "You know, I was actually going to R-word you, but you turned out to be a nice guy, so I decided I wouldn't." My mate just legged it. When I was 10 years old, I was watching television in the living room, around 11 to 12 noon. The door was open, and suddenly, a guy with somewhat long and curly hair, and really tall too, stands right at our door. I asked him, "Do you need anything, sir? Are you looking for my mom?" He didn't say anything. He just stared at me and shook his head a little. I keep asking. He stayed silent. My brother, who was 11 or 12 years old, is in the living room too, so I go to our kitchen where my mom is doing something. "Mom, there's a guy at our door," I said to her. When my mom turned her head towards me, she got startled. I turned around to see the guy standing right behind me, and I didn't even hear his footsteps. Mom then started yelling things like, "Who are you?" and other stuff that I couldn't remember. My brother was standing frozen in the living room. Our neighbor's house is just beside our house, so my mother runs towards the exit at the kitchen and shouts for help. The guy leaves before our neighbors arrive. He was fast, and he wasn't even running. My neighbor, who was probably 20 plus years old at the time, even tried looking for him and tried to scan the streets, but no one saw him. That was the creepiest guy I've ever encountered. I was pumping gas while driving home after a round of golf with friends. I wasn't particularly aware of my surroundings because I'd been to this gas station many times. All of a sudden, and out of nowhere, a middle-aged man asked if I know where the church is from the pump across the aisle. Puzzled because there are so many churches in this area, I asked for clarification. He then starts asking me with increasing angst if I accept Jesus and whether I know Jesus. My hair is standing on end at this point, so I start babbling about how I love Jesus. Then he says, "Come on over here and let me show you something." Then I finally get a good look at this situation. This crazy person is driving a 1980s to 1990s faux wood station wagon with curtains all around the rear windows. I had a car with a V8 at the time, so when the guy turned around, I threw the gas handle on the hook, jumped in my car, and got out as quickly as I could. I took a circuitous route home at fairly high speed just in case. So I'm pretty sure he was either going to help me meet Jesus that day or show off the body of someone who already did. Either way, not a good situation to be in. My sister and I were playing outside when we were younger, and an elderly couple was walking by our yard. Our yard had a cemetery in the back, so it was quite a common local attraction for tourists, as this house was built in the 1800s, and most of the graves were from children who died back then from the flu, etc. There were some creepy stories from that place, but nothing lives up to what happened all those years ago. As we were playing outside, this couple kept pestering my sister about what her name was. As they approached us and got closer, we were just little kids and got terribly scared and ran inside and told our mom what had happened. The following week, I heard a story on the news about an elderly couple approaching a teenage girl, kidnapping her and R-wording her. And it was the same couple that had approached my sister and I. I still get creeped out about that. In college, one of my friends, Matt, really wanted this cheap IKEA cabinet thing for his gamer setup that someone was advertising in one of the campus apartments near his place. We were going somewhere with our other mutual friend, Chris, and he swung by to get the cabinet on the way there. We get to the apartment, and the guys go in and I'm in the car. They come back out after viewing the cabinet and brought the seller with them. My friends were clearing out the trunk, and the seller was hanging around my window trying to talk to me. He was really weird, so I was just giving one-worded answers. He kept asking if I wanted to come upstairs to see his fish tank. No, and I politely declined several times. He had these shifty black eyes that creeped me out. Like, I'm sure his eyes were brown, but they were super dark and beady. I'm pretty sure he might have been tweaking off of something. Then he kept showing off his sinewy arms and bragging about weightlifting. Dude looked like a shaved bird, so I don't know why he thought I'd believe that he regularly lifted 300 pounds or whatever. They all eventually go back inside to get the cabinet, and a while later I see Chris holding the door to the apartment building open and waiting for Matt and the seller to bring it downstairs. All of a sudden, I see Chris freak out and run inside. I got out of the car and ran over. Matt was at the bottom of the stairs with the cabinet on his leg. It was lightweight, so at best the fall hurt him the most. The seller was standing in the middle of the stairs nonchalantly. We were fussing over our friend when the seller realized that the appropriate human emotion he should be displaying was concern. It was creepy seeing him just stand there all blank-faced, and then having this light bulb moment like, all right, look concerned, say something nice. The seller was like, oh no, are you okay? Matt said that he was fine, and then him and Chris just took the cabinet outside and put it in the car. I was picking up a piece of the cabinet that broke off on the stairs when the creepy guy basically teleported behind me and stroked my arm. He said that I absolutely super totally needed to see his fish tank collection now. And I said, no sir, goodbye. Matt didn't mention being shoved until later, but I was obviously already getting sketchy vibes from the seller, so I fully believe him. Apparently, they were both holding the